Wait a minute, this isn't right. Oh, okay, here we go. Hello, hello, good morning. I hope you can hear me. Geez, can I get my powers back? Yes, 1 second. Let me give them to you. Report? No. Wait, what? Oh, there we go, okay. The icon to make you a moderator is a shield. So I guess you have defensive powers now. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. How was the audio level? I might have had to adjust it for something. Can you hear me? Am I too quiet? Hello! That's a long hello. Welcome. It's good? Okay, okay. Game Freak should give us the question type again. I think I have that. I made it white. Meganium has good defensive stats. I mean, not even, right? Meganium just loses overall. Okay, great. Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the Pokemon Generation 2 Moves Tier List. If you'd like to follow along and also like look at the details for these moves, here we go. I've sent a link in the chat to the Bulbapedia page that I'm going to be referencing myself as we look through some of these moves, because some of them have some weird effects, so we're going to have to look into some details for them. I'm gonna add one more. I was planning to add one more tier here. So let's add a row below. I'm not gonna mess this up. We're gonna name it Pokemon Homeless. For when I really don't know where a move fits in. There, but the spacing is kind of weird. What? Pokemon Homeless. There we go. What color do we make this? Grayish. There you go. It's kind of hard to see. That's fine. Meganium can be pretty solid in Pokemon Go PvP. I have never once considered Pokemon Go. C tier? There's no C tier here, right? No. Okay. Alright, before we get started, does anybody have any changes they'd like to make to the actual tiers that exist? These are the tiers we used last time, except we also went ahead and added a Pokemon Homeless for moves that I guess don't really fit in any of these other ones. I can think of two in this list that will be going in there. Perhaps you can predict what they are. Add the Constrict Crucible. Well, thankfully, you don't have to deal with Constrict this time, so no. It's more that I don't know where they fit, not that they're bad. If they're just bad, they go in useless. We'll end up explaining Pokemon Homeless pretty quick. Is there a Constrict equivalent here? Thankfully, no. I don't think there's any move in this round of moves, or I guess in this generation of moves, that is so bad that it's Constrict tier. I think Constrict is still the worst move that we've seen so far. We're probably going to get started within the next, like, 5 minutes. I'm just going to be drinking this coffee as, like, people come in. Because I am pretty tired. No Onyx Constrict mains. Pokemon Homeless sounds like a place where I'd put Foresight. I hope I put Foresight on... Oh, I did put it on this list. Well, the thing is, like, Foresight, I don't think goes in Pokemon Homeless because we can just say that it sucks, right? That's pretty straightforward. I think the moves that go in Pokemon Homeless are a bit more complicated than that. Like, there's a reason why we can't just put it in useless. You're guessing Sketch is homeless? Oh, okay. Foresight is a niche? Nah, man, Foresight is useless. You didn't miss anything. We haven't done anything, but it's gonna be like the Gen 1 list, so it's not how good are these moves in Gen 2, it's how good are the moves that were introduced in Gen 2, so we're considering all generations. We'll talk about the criteria soon, as soon as I defeat this coffee. I think I have every move on here. I checked this time. That's how I'll be ranking frustration. We'll get there, I guess, when we get to frustration, but you can probably predict it's not as good as return. Foresight lets normal and fighting hit ghosts. It's niche, but it can be useful. Sometimes it's complete crap. It's complete crap. We'll get into more detail, but yeah, it's bad. It's bad. And the name isn't even as fun as Odor Sleuth. Chow cheese. Welcome, Lord Remium. Chow also means hello, right? Oh yeah, you mentioned going to sushi with your coworkers. How was that? Oh, did I forget sweet scent? I hope it's on here. I didn't forget. Let you hit Ghastly in Bellsprout Tower. Guys, like, niche means, like, it's only useful in a specific situation, but it actually, like, does something, okay? Like, beating Ghastlies in Bellsprout Tower, I don't think counts. Fire Scizor. You've been here for, like, every tier list. Good to see you. Alright, we're almost ready to start. Okay. We've got kind of a time limit today, because I have to be at a picnic at 1. So we've got to go fast. Good thing there's only 87 moves to review. Do we count field move uses? Oh, like HM stuff? Like, no, not really. Well, maybe. No, I don't think so. It's good on Dunsparce. Yeah, but Dunsparce is ass to begin with. Alright, let's get started. Alright, so, welcome everybody. Hello, and welcome to the Gen 2 moves tier list. Hey! How do we do this? I like Dunsparce. So I think we'll do like a quick premium intro. Then we'll talk about the tiers. Then we'll talk about the criteria. And then we'll get started. So I'll send it again in the chat. Just in case anybody wants to follow along. And also like look up the moves as we're doing it. So that you can, well actually me in real time and correct what I'm saying. I would actually like you to do that, because the whole point of doing this live is I get feedback from you guys to help make the most accurate list that we can. And then we can make the premium version that then goes on the main channel that everybody can enjoy watching at a later time. By everyone, I mean about a quarter of my subscribers. Susan, please. Please show my video to more people. Okay, and I guess happy April Fools to most viewers. It's already April 2nd here in Japan, but I think for about half my viewers who are from North America, it should still be April 1st. I hope you enjoyed the April 1st video. Okay. So here we go. I fooled you. I think daylight savings time fooled you. It wasn't me. Alright, so. What do we say? We'll do the premium edit. So. Hello there! You're watching the premium edit of the Pokemon Gen 2 Moves tier list. If you'd like to see the full live stream with the chat enabled, you'll find a link in the description. It's on the second channel, Imported Cheese Fresh, the new home for all of the live streams. If you would like to help influence the next list, and well, actually me, in live... Damn it, I almost did it. Hello there! You're watching the premium edit of the Pokemon Gen 2 Moves tier list. If you'd like to see the full... Hello there! You're watching the Pokemon Gen 2 Moves tier list, the premium. If you'd like to see the full live stream with the chat enabled, you'll find a link in the description. All of the live streams are now hosted on the second channel, Imported Cheese Fresh. So, if you would like to, well, actually me, in real time for the next tier list, you'll have to subscribe to that channel. Hope to see you there. We did it. Third time's the charm. Okay. Are you surprised I didn't call this channel Fresh Cheese? I called it Imported Cheese Fresh because that way people who also search for imported cheese will find Imported Cheese Fresh. Otherwise, I would have called it Fresh Cheese. Okay, great. So now let's talk about the actual tier list that we're making here. All right. So, Generation 2 introduced a lot of mechanics, introduced held items, night and day. And of course, in addition to a bunch of new Pokemon, we also got a bunch of new moves. 87, I think? It's either 87 or 88. And you can see them all here on screen. So how good are they? Let's finding out together with us. You can see all the moves on screen, right? And you can also see my cursor. You should be able to. It should be over Icy Wind right now. So, to be clear, this is not how good the moves are in Gen 2. These are how good the moves are... Messed that up. So, to be clear, this is not how good the moves were in Gen 2. This is how good the moves introduced in Gen 2 are in Pokemon overall. And we're going to be kind of generous here. So if a move is... We're going to be kind of generous here. So we're considering a move's best performance. Whether in-game, in competitive. Because some moves are really good in competitive and crap in-game. And some moves are really good in-game, but crap in competitive. So we're going to take wherever a move is best and consider that. So we're doing a holistic review. Very generous. Okay, I think that's good. Is everybody clear on the criteria? So for example, a move like, what is it? Well, I guess Icy Wind. Pretty crap in-game, but it actually ends up being very good in doubles specifically. Holistic, such a nostalgic word. The only place I've ever heard holistic is in college admittances. Like college applications. They talked about holistic admission criteria. Well, I've been considering moves that changed in Gen 2, such as Bite, which turned into a Dark-type move. I think we already talked about Bite in Gen 1. So I guess the answer would be no. Okay. What are the tiers? Well, at the very top, we've got meta-defining. Pretty self-explanatory. These moves define the meta, whether that's in-game or in competitive. Very good moves. The best moves. Below that, we have staples, not the office supplies. Do people even know about the store Staples? They're still in business, right? It's Circuit City that died? Whatever. Maybe that's too much of a tangent. Okay, we'll redo that. Hopefully it's not too boring to have me redo things for the premium edit. We'll try and keep things moving at a decent pace here. So what are the tiers? At the very top we have meta defining. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. These moves define the meta. No matter... we have lots of Staples stores there. In Portugal, right? Okay, so Staples is still alive. Alright. So what are the tiers? Well, at the very top, we've got meta defining. I think this one is pretty self-explanatory. These moves define the meta, whether that's in-game or in competitive. These are simply the very best moves that you'll find pretty much anywhere. Below that, you've got staples, the office supplies. Unlike Circuit City, Staples still exists. These are just very good moves that you're not upset about using. Probably like among the strongest moves of their type. Below that, you've got filler outclassed. This is a very controversial tier, as we learned in the Gen 1 video. These are for moves that are like fine, but you have better options. And I'm also including sort of like early game moves like tackle in here instead of in the useless tier, which is where they might be. If you're sort of just considering, how do we say this? I try to give a bit of credit to early game filler moves like tackle, instead of just considering them useless, because they're not useless. You use them when you don't have anything else. Then under that we have niche. This is mostly like status moves or something. Well, Then under that we have niche, which is for moves that have very limited application. I'll phrase it that way. But this is going to be contentious. It wasn't Gen 1, it'll be contentious again. And under that we have useless. These are for moves that I think are, in the vast majority of cases, useless. Like, you would not choose to use these moves, you would just do something else. And then under that we have a new tier, Pokemon Homeless. This is for moves that I think are just too difficult to rank within the tiers we've set up. There's just something about them that makes them unable to fit into one of the other tiers. So moves in Pokemon Homeless, they're not bad. They're just tricky. Okay. I think that's all the criteria. Did I miss anything? Present is a staple. I don't think so. Classic before school Staples propaganda. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know why Circuit City went out of business. I guess, I don't know. It's not like Radio Shack, right? Radio Shack also died. Good night, sweet homeless. Attract. No, Attract won't be going in Pokemon Homeless. Alright. I think we can get started, right? Is everybody ready? Best Buy is dying as well. Do people just not buy physical electronics? I thought there'd still be a market for those. Alright, well, let's get started. Here we go. Let me just check how many people we have. 37. Excellent. Amazing. Well, let's get started. Alright, well, we're going to be going in alphabetical order. So, kicking off the Gen 2 moves is Aeroblast. Amazing name. So, this move is actually why we have Pokemon Homeless. Because the move itself is really good, right? It's 100 base power, 90 accuracy flying move, special, with a high crit rate. That's pretty good. But does anybody actually use Aeroblast? No, because it's on Lugia, who doesn't actually use it. So, I would just put this in Staples, except the Pokemon that has it doesn't use it, but the move isn't bad, so I didn't want to just put it in useless. So, because of that, We're putting in Pokemon Homeless. Like, the only Pokemon that really has it, Lugia, is much more interested in defensive, immortal shenanigans. Pretty much any Pokemon that uses Air Slash would rather use Aeroblast. Like, they'd rather take the extra power over the flinch chance of Air Slash, but they can't because it's the signature move of Lugia. The only Pokemon that can use this are Lugia and Smeargle, and neither of them are very interested in this. Although, I believe in a recent Karen challenge, I did get Aeroblasted by a Smeargle. And I think I did lose, but it wasn't because of the Aeroblast Smeargle. Alright, let's see if anybody in chat refutes that. Bad on Luigi. I mean, probably. Aeroblast is cool, but not used. Doesn't bode well for things like Roar of Time and other signature moves. Well, Roar of Time is just crap. Like, the move itself also sucks. Lugia can be used in Gen 2 and 3. I'd put it in niche. Aeroblast is, like, really good, but at the same time, it's on a Pokemon that doesn't use it. Yeah. Weird idea. Ranking every signature move that is stayed a signature. We could do that eventually in its own list. It wasn't the Smeargles that got me. It wasn't. It was me being arrogant and trying to fulfill the Karen criteria that got me to lose. It wasn't Aeroblast Smeargle. But geez, Roar of Time is good in Dynamax formats. Enough of this. It's a very small list. It's not that small of a list. I assume you're talking about signature moves. Like, there's quite a few that are still signature. I think that's fine for Aeroblast. Cool name. Ancient Power. Another cool name. 60 base power rock move. Special with 100 accuracy. So, one of your very few options for a completely accurate rock move. And it has a 10% chance to boost all of your stats. Wow. Is that good? I mean, not really. I think this goes in filler outclassed, maybe? So, what Pokemon actually use this? Well, there's a couple Pokemon that needed to evolve, like Yanma. Used to be complete Garbo, but then it got an evolution to Yanmega. And to evolve, you need Ancient Power. Same for Mamoswine. I have no idea why this is the requirement for Mamoswine. I guess because, mammoths are ancient? But Mamoswine's not even a special attacker. Like, very weird. I think also Tangrowth also requires this to evolve. You can do, like, some super gimmick shenanigans with, like, a Serene Grace Pokemon like Togekiss and Ancient Power, because then you have a 20% chance to Omni Boost yourself. Wow. You wouldn't actually do that. I don't think any Pokemon actually use this as a serious coverage option. It's mostly for, like, in-game coverage if you don't have anything better, or if you're Togekiss and you feel really lucky. Does anybody know of any, like, serious applications for this? I'm going to catch up on the chat here. Gen 4 tier leader. What's that? Talking about Ancient Power Jirachi. Huh. The only rock move Gigantamax Volcalith can use. What in the world? Special rock types without a better special move use it. I mean, this is pretty sad. In VGC, Charizard uses it to beat opposing Charizard. It's one of the only special rock attacks, so I think it deserves credit for that. I mean, there's Power Gem, right? Coverage Mauve. Coverage MOV. MOV file sizes are huge. A couple Pokemon using some of the older gens because they forgot to give Fossils Rock Slide until Gen 3. In Gen 2, kind of, there's just no good rock moves. In VGC, Charizard uses Ancient Power alongside a Charty Berry in what was a very good set for the meta. Aurorus uses it. Oh, Aurorus. Oh. It's more unfortunately stable because of move distribution. You can get Simple plus Ancient Power to get a +2 Omni Boost. Does any Pokemon actually have that? Power Gem isn't quite as widely distributed and it's only 10 more power. Isn't Power Gem 80? Ancient Power bad. Forgot to say last stream, but you poorly ranked Lilligant. It's S tier. What? Wait, what? Lilligant last stream was items, right? Lilligant wasn't even in it. Ice Beam is so good partly because of the freeze. Wait, okay, let's see. At the very least, top of filler outclassed. Only for being widely accessible? Okay, yeah. This will probably end up being top of filler outclassed. In the end. Yeah. So this will probably end up being top of filler outclassed for being like a very sad coverage option on a couple Pokemon. It's probably going to end up being it for Ancient Power. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Can you believe ancient Pokemon didn't even know how to throw rocks? No wonder they went extinct. That's pretty funny. Yeah, Power Gem is 80. Okay. F to the DP. Okay, I don't know that. 60 base power with a gimmick sounds like filler to me. Yeah. Alright, next. Attract. So, there's a conversation to be had about whether or not this move should even exist anymore. Well, let's see. Hang on, I gotta rub my eyes. Okay, so Attract. There's an argument to be had about whether or not this move should still function as it does, right? Because it enforces heteronormative standards, okay? You can call me a soy boy because I have a graphic for that prepared from a previous video. What's not a conversation to be had is the viability of this move because it sucks. It's really bad. It's basically a much worse Confusion, and as we covered with Confuse Ray, Confusion itself is not that good. So with Confusion, before the nerf to 33%, it was a 50% chance to make your opponent waste their turn. Overall, like, the math would very rarely work in your favor, right? You remember the times when you get absolutely owned by Confusion RNG, and you don't remember the times where it does basically nothing or works out in your favor. And it's the same for Attract, except even worse. Because your opponent doesn't even damage themselves. So, like, think about how many things have to line up for Attract to actually help you. First of all, half the time this doesn't even do anything, right? Because the opponent has to be the opposite gender. And it's actually less than half the time because with genderless Pokemon, this doesn't do anything. Shoutouts to Cryogonal, right? For being a genderless Pokemon who can learn Attract. Doesn't do anything. So assuming you can actually use Attract on your opponent, what happens? 50% of the time, they fail to act. Until they switch out. So in-game, you would never use this, right? Because just attack your opponent and kill them. You don't care. So this... in competitive, you try to use this, but only if your opponent is the opposite gender as you, and then, like, they can just cancel it by switching out. Like, in what context do you actually choose to run Attract and hope that it helps you stall out your opponent? None. This move is useless. And let's see if somebody in the chat can change my mind. I thought Attract was occasionally used in Gen 7 is very anti-meta. I don't know. Cryogonal is just a lonely snowflake. I think it's the only use of Attract was on VGC in Gen 5 because the genies are guaranteed male. Other than that, I don't remember. Like, just attack them, bro. Or apply some sort of actual status. I'd say Attract is niche, at least for its use in-game. It's worthless in-game. Like, in-game, just attack your opponent. You don't care about any of this stall or status stuff. At least Cryogonal has Ditto. You could bring Attract on a female Pokemon specifically to counter Landorus T. Okay. Attract is just Confuse Ray, but worse. Whitney's attract Miltank S tier in game. At least in Nuzlocke, you always know what the opponent's gender. What? You can use attract and confuse at the same time. On Pokemon Online, people messed around with attract because that simulator defaulted all Pokemon to male. Okay, yeah. Like, okay, so the tiniest of niches is that the genies are always male. So you can perhaps attempt to stop them somehow by using a female Pokemon with attract. How about you just attack them? How about you just apply a real status? Why are you using attract? Bad. I think that's enough for attract. Bottom of niche? No, it's garbage. It's bad. And I guess in Pokemon Showdown, most Pokemon default to male, so you could set your Pokemon to female and attempt to do attract strats. Attempt, because you're probably just going to be wasting your time. There you go. We're done with attract. Bad move. Alright. Oh, in Showdown it's random? Never mind. I guess that comment's getting cut. Either high useless or very bottom of niche. I mean, this will probably end up high and useless by the end. But it's, I think, qualifies as useless. Yeah, we'll end with this. Basically, why not use Confuse Ray instead? And Confuse Ray also not very good. Okay. Baton Pass. Oh, here we go. So, Baton Pass. Fun fact, in Japanese, we say baton tachi, which I just find really annoying because you don't just touch him with the baton, you give it to him. Should be called Baton Pass. Alright, so Baton Pass, obviously pretty useless in-game. In competitive, ridiculous. Ridiculous. As in, like, I think banned. So, Baton Pass, what it lets you do, on the surface, is pass your stat changes to the next Pokemon in your team. Now, you can do that just once, maybe with, like, some speed boosts. Or you can make a whole team that is all about chaining Baton Pass to create an unstoppable Giga Sweeper that then destroys your opponent. It's actually really, really good. It's really good. It's banned good. It turns out that the strategies that you can do when chaining all of your stat boosts together actually end up being a little bit too good. So they're not actually allowed. Baton Pass really good. There's ways to stop it, but if you can't, you just lost. And there's a good chance that you can't. Yeah, a Baton Pass was probably at its best in Gen 3, where there was sort of the least amount of counterplay, and it's still insane today. I don't know if there's anything else to say about Baton Pass. It's just really, really good. I mean, we can maybe talk about ways to try and stop Baton Pass. Why isn't this move poison type? It's so toxic. The chat is furious about this move. They hate it. Yeah, okay, we'll read that comment. So, Baton Pass, chat, Fire Scizor. Scizor Pokemon actually so Fire Scizor in the chat. Scizor a Pokemon used in Baton Pass teams. Notes that Baton Pass is so broken, it got Mr. Mime banned in Generation 3 because Mr. Mime's soundproof, blocking Roar, made it too good. Yeah. So Baton Pass is integral to creating all of those meme sweeping videos where you baton pass a bunch of boosts to like a random Pokemon like Magikarp that then destroys your opponent. Should tell you a bit about how powerful baton pass is. And baton pass even has baton pass even has an additional use where you can just use it as sort of like a pseudo teleport where you put it on a slow Pokemon, they get hit, and then you can baton pass to safely get another Pokemon in. Excellent move. You don't want to baton pass up this move. I think that's everything for baton pass. Really good. Pimp Knight's pretty chill, to be honest. Yeah, I hope it didn't come off as like making fun of him. I think his videos are really fun. Baton Pass is definitely his favorite move. Anything else to add about Baton Pass? I think that's fine. Z sharpened Baton Pass. I don't know about that. Alright, time to pass it on to the next move. Okay. Beat up, beat up, beat up, beat up. Please don't. Okay, I'll try that again. Alright. Beat up, beat up, beat up, beat up. I mean, it would make more sense with background music, but I can't do that, right? I'm gonna get annihilated by the King of Pop from beyond the grave, right? Beat up. Niche of niche. A very interesting move. So, you get a 10 base power dark attack from every Pokemon on your team, and has a very weird calculation using that Pokemon's base attack stat. Like, no other move in the game works like this. It's very weird. So, ideally, you get 6 10 base power dark attacks. Very bizarre. So you never really use this on your opponent's Pokemon because it ends up being just really weak. What you would do this on is like Giga Meme justified beat up strats on your partner in doubles. Really whack. Is that actually good? I mean, not really, no, but it's pretty fun. You can also use this in that really disappointing Pokemon VR missions hack to create a puzzle that really just didn't work, unfortunately. Oh, you had to nick... and prior to the Generation 5 team preview, you had to make sure to nickname all your Pokemon something tricky, otherwise Beat Up would reveal your entire team. Uh-oh. Weird to think that getting buffed might make Beat Up worse because your partner Pokemon would take more damage in justified strats. Yeah, I mentioned Beat Up on justified Pokemon, right? I think like Beat Up on justified Pokemon is the only time that Beat Up is actually used. I don't think anybody actually uses this to... Yeah, I don't think anybody... I guess, so ironically enough, for a move named Beat Up, I don't think anybody ever actually uses this to beat up their opponents. It's pretty bad. And if you didn't nickname the opponent, would know you didn't have the move? Oh, okay. It's getting a little too big brain. I heard that Beat Up Weavile is pretty good in Ubers right now due to a lack of dark and ice resists. Why in the world are you using Beat Up instead of like knockoff? You could use Beat Up pre-Gen 5 to mislead your opponent into thinking you have different Pokemon. I think we mentioned that, but we'll do it again with the mind games. You can. It's good in OU? No. It's a meme, right? Beat off more powerful in Ubers? No beating off, okay? Uh-oh. Landorus Melmetal Weavile Tornadus +2 can get really high BP beat-ups. Weavile is good using in Gen 8 Ubers and OU? Okay, we'll maybe mention that. Ah, okay, right, because you have ridiculous Uber Pokemon on your team. Yeah, okay. We'll mention that as well. Okay. So, prior to the Generation 5 team preview, Beat Up would actually reveal your entire team, so you had to nickname your Pokemon to not give that away. And you can go ahead and nickname them random Pokemon that you don't have on your team to play galaxy brain mind games on your opponents. And for the nichest of niche uses, in Ubers where your Pokemon have colossal attacking stats, I guess you could use Beat Up on Weavile to do more damage than Knockoff would overall. But yeah, niche of niche of niche. And you have to keep in mind that it gets worse the fewer Pokemon, and you have to keep in mind that it gets worse if Pokemon on your team faint, right? Because then the fainted Pokemon can't participate in the beatdown. Isn't it kind of weird that beat up and beat down mean the same thing? There we go. Next. Belly drum. I don't know. Where do we put this? Staples, maybe? I'm thinking Staples. Low Staples? Yeah, okay, alright. Belly drum. After much deliberation, I think we're going to put this in Staples. So Belly drum is pretty much the definition of high risk, high reward. You pay half your HP, a massive cost, and what do you get in return? You get a lot. Belly drum maxes out your attack, so it's not actually +6 attack, it's actually +12, because it can take you all the way from -6 attack up to +6. You get massive power, but you gotta be really careful, because cutting your HP in half makes you so vulnerable. There are times when you would use Belly Drum. In Gen 2, actually, hey, Charizard would use Belly Drum, even though it's a special attacker, because it was the fastest Belly Drum user. You'd Belly Drum and then hope to break through your opponent with, I guess, non-stab physical moves. You could use Hidden Power Flying. That was stab back in the day. And physical. Well, I guess that was a stab physical move back in the day, before all hidden powers became special. Pokemon still use it now. I guess Azumarill is a good example of a Pokemon that belly drums and then uses Aqua Jet to try and sweep you. Belly Drum Linoon with Extreme Speed got me to #1 on the Gen 4 Never Used ladder back in high school. Good memories. And also, I guess, a pretty good move. In Gen 2, only if you didn't have enough HP to use it, get... Oh, that's interesting to note. I'm scrolling up in the chat to see if I missed anything. Belly Drum Slinkies? Oh, okay. Belly Drum is Staples because of risk versus reward, yeah. Staples move, please, Remy, I don't need flashbacks. Belly Drum has been historically good, I don't know about nowadays. It's not like meta-defining, but there's definitely Pokemon that whip out the Belly Drum once in a while. Belly Drum Azumarill, yeah. Gen 2, if you had less than half health, it was just a SD. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah. And I guess fun trivia. In Gen 2, if you used Belly Drum but you didn't have enough health, you'd get a Sword Stance. Whereas nowadays, I believe it just fails. I don't think you can actually kill yourself with Belly Drum, right? It'll just fail. I guess we can check that, but I don't know if that's really worth it. Nowadays, no. Yeah, okay. All right, anything else to add about belly drum? I think we covered most things, right? Just super high risk, high reward. Okay, great. Yeah, I think that's fine. Next. It's due to a bug. Well, Gen 2 didn't fix all the bugs. Belly drum plus gluttony? I didn't mention that. That's fine. It plays a nice beat? Yeah, it's... Okay, here we go. Bone Rush. Lucario fans rise up. They stole it from the Cubone line, I guess. So Bone Rush is a multi-hit ground move. Why aren't you using Earthquake? I guess because you don't have Earthquake yet? Sounds like filler to me. I don't know any Pokemon that actually uses Bone Rush in competitive, because the overall result is just so much worse than Earthquake. You would basically just use this in-game if you don't have anything better. But yeah, in general, multi-hit moves, not the best because they're so unreliable. I don't even think there's any skill link Pokemon that get and use this thing. It doesn't even have perfect accuracy. Bone Rush overall just ends up being a way worse Bonemerang, and Bonemerang itself is like already kind of, yeah, just use Earthquake. At least as a funny name if you're immature. I mean, isn't Bone Club better in that regard, right? Take him to the Bone Club. If only this were the anime. Yeah, no, this seems really bad. Bone Rush, more like Alone Rush, since Cubone is lonely. That's so sad. Bone Rush gets a not Earthquake out of 10? Yeah. Okay, I mean, this one seems pretty straightforward. I think that's it for Bone Rush. It's not very good. Why did Marowak need a third signature move? I think... Welcome to the Bone Zone. I think if you hit every single hit of Bone... I think if you get all 5 hits of Bone Rush, it ends up being slightly stronger than Earthquake. But on average, just use Earthquake. Alright, that's it. Okay. Charm! The very first fairy type move we were reviewing, because it turns out none of the moves in Gen 1 were retroactively given the fairy typing. So Charm gives your opponent -2 attack. In terms of moves that lower your opponent's stats, normally that's not very good, but Charm is kinda okay. Lowering your opponent's attack is very relevant. At least in terms... well, here we go. Didn't Charm screw over Curse? What do you mean by that? Oh, you mean like... yeah, so, in terms of moves that actually lower your opponent's stats, Charm is one of the more relevant ones. Dropping your opponent's attack can sort of force them to switch out if they're a physical attacker, and it also sort of negates opponents that try to set up by boosting their attack. You can go ahead and drop their stats using Charm. I think you'd rather just use Haze or Clear Smog, but maybe you don't get those, but you do get Charm. So in those niche scenarios, you would use Charm. My favorite Misfortune Sister... my favorite Misfortune Sisters member. It's the one you battle the most in the Legends Arceus story. Anything else to say about Charm? I think it's probably gonna end up being like a niche, low niche move by the end. I think Umbreon was stuck in this in Gen 2. Yet, I think Piplup needs this in glitchless BDSP speedruns. Wow. It lost its charm over the years. Yeah, not very good. Yeah, and why doesn't this have anything to do with infatuation? Niche below beat up? Yeah, we'll put it below beat up. It's one of the few stat dropping moves that doesn't completely screw over if the opponent has Defiant. It just does nothing, right? Awful. Okay, next. Conversion 2. So Porygon has a zillion signature moves. Are any of them good? Nope. So here's Conversion 2. What does this even do? I had to look it up. So it changes you to a random type that resists the last type of move you were hit with. So if you were hit with an electric type move, this will make you a ground type. Maybe. If you were hit with a grass type move, this might make you a bug type. What in the world? Why would you ever do this? You wouldn't. Useless. Can we convert this to a different move? How about that? Oh, and now oh my god, and people are saying Conversion Z? You filthy non-Americans, okay? It would be Conversion Z. I can't believe they made a sequel to Conversion. A budget Legends plate? Oh no, it's so bad. The sequel is always worse than the original. Yeah, I mean, this is even worse than Conversion, and Conversion sucked. Yeah, like, imagine being outclassed by Reflect type. How does Conversion 2 work? I think I explained it, but it changes you to a type that resists the last damaging move you were hit with. What? It's awful. I think that's it for Conversion. Yeah, at least Conversion 3 does something, or at least Conversion with a Z move does something. Conversion 2 just sucks. Yeah, we're done with this. Okay. Cotton Spore. So Cotton Guard is really good. That's like +3 defense on yourself. Cotton Spore, unlike, I guess, Plain Spore, sucks. Reduces your opponent's speed by 2. When is that ever your game plan? Just paralyze them. What is this? And I guess at the same time we'll do Scary Face. I thought Scary Face was Gen 1. It's not. It's Gen 2. Scary Face has the exact same effect. It's just not green, I guess, because it's not a grass type move. I guess we'll put Scary Face above Cotton Spore, because I think more Pokemon get Scary Face. Guys, I'm wrong. Cotton Spore reduces your opponent's speed by 3 stages, making it better than Scary Face. Still horrendous. Just paralyze your opponent, bro. What is this? Useless. Oh no, my opponent is too fast. I better switch in a Pokemon with Cotton Spore to slow him down. The only way I could think of it being useful? Oh, okay. Do they both hit both opponents in doubles? Or one or the other? Oh, and Cotton Spore is a powder move? Oh, so grass types are immune. Cotton Spore is filler? No way, it sucks. With nowadays speed mechanics, I could see this being used. Well, is it used? No, right? No, it's only -2? The lies. Cotton Guard. Okay, yeah, because Cotton Guard is good. Never mind. So we can put that back. Oh, it isn't. Okay, yeah, no, it's bad. So, is Cotton Spore blocked by grass type immunity? We can check, right? I'll just check right now. Let's see, Cotton Spore. Oh my god, it used to be 85 accuracy. Oh yeah, it does get blocked by. It does get blocked by grass types. Yeah. I guess Scary Face is a bit better because Cotton Spore actually gets blocked by grass types and Overcoat and stuff, so can't. Well, okay, here we go. So I guess Scary Face is a little bit better because Cotton Spore gets blocked by grass type powder immunity and Overcoat and safety goggles and all those things. Also, Scary Face was part of a very fun small ant challenge where he did, I believe, a randomizer blindfolded, and he said like, "Oh, I don't," or Also, Scary Face was part of a really fun small ant challenge where he was doing, I think, a randomizer blindfolded, and he said like, "Oh, I'm not too familiar with the sound effects," and like right after that, he was like, "Oh, this Kyogre Scary Faced me." Really funny. There we go. Oh. Yeah, these are better than Conversion 2. There we go. Okay. Next. Cross Chop! It's either going to be really low staples or really high filler outclassed. We'll start, I think, at the top of filler outclassed, so it's not a bad move at all, right? 100 base power fighting move with a high crit rate, but that 80% accuracy is just so shaky. You would much rather use close combat with the defense drop. But I mean, if you have no other options, which Pokemon didn't for about 2 more generations, and if your name is Electivire, you still don't have other options, you would maybe consider using Cross Chop. It's not bad at all, but you would rather use close combat if you have it. You fool! Thunder Cross Split Attack! It's like a JoJo move. Did they buff it in Legends Arceus? I don't even know if it's in Legends Arceus. I don't think I saw it. Just use close combat, outclassed entirely? Yeah. Nowadays, you would just use close combat, but if close combat doesn't exist in the game you're playing, or if you don't learn it, I guess you would use Cross Chop. No Guard Dynamic was better on Machamp in Gen 5 onwards? Yeah. Gen 4 onwards, yeah. Okay, yeah. I think that's it for Cross Chop. Probably going to end up being like the top of filler outclassed. Cross Chop, more like Cross Chop. It's not that bad. By the way, something to keep in mind is base power matters way more than base attack. For example, Weavile's Ice Punch is as strong as 100 base power stab from Pokemon with 77 attack. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think we always keep that in mind, right? Base power is a big deal. Which is why Electivire is so sad. When are we going to get Rock-type close combat? Someday soon, I hope. Can we get a real 100% accurate physical rock move? I don't mean freaking Smackdown or Excel Rock. Alright, next. Crunch! This one should be pretty straightforward. It's a very solid staple move for your Dark-type physical attackers. Crunch them. 80 base power, chance to lower defense. You don't really care about that. You mostly just care that this is a very reliable Dark-type move. Tons of Pokemon use Crunch. Nowadays, it ends up being worse overall than the Giga-buffed knockoff, but if you don't have that, Crunch them. Captain Crunch. Been doing work since Gen 2. I think that's it for Crunch, right? Nothing else to say? Okay, that's a fun move. Bonnie158 says, yeah, if you're ever dealing with a ghost in your house, crunch him. You can also use both knockoff and crunch. I don't think you would do that, right? Because 2 knockoffs is still stronger than crunch. Oh, you're memeing. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't do that. Yeah, okay, that's it for crunch, I think. All right. Curse. A very unique move. I don't know if any other move has a different. Or, okay, so. Curse. A very unique move. I don't know if any other move has such a drastically different effect based on the type of Pokemon that uses it. So I split Curse into 2 moves because that's basically what it is. A question mark type move if it's used by any type other than Ghost, and a Ghost type move if it's used by a Ghost type Pokemon. So we'll do that half of it first because I think it's easier to talk about. So this curse, so Ghost type curse, sacrifices half your HP. So like Belly Drum, a massive cost. And what do you get out of that? Not enough. I would put this maybe like very bottom of niche. So what this version of curse actually does is it lays a curse on your opponent. And this curse is pretty severe, right? It deals 25% of your HP per turn until you switch out. And that counts the turn that the curse is actually applied. So you're going to take 25% of this no matter what. And after that, you will strongly consider switching out because this is going to kill you. Is that worth half your HP? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. This is mostly used by ghost type NPCs to knock themselves out. So in that sense, I guess it helps you. I can't really think of a scenario where you're using this on your opponent in game, you wouldn't use this, right? Just attack your opponent. In competitive, there's better ways to stall your opponent out, right? Just toxic them. I don't know why you would use this. Curse on non-ghost types is good. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about that. Like, maybe the barest of niches if you're in Gen 2 against a Snorlax that you can't quite force out with Roar or Whirlwind. Just use one of those moves. Like, nah, it's not worth using. Shadow Tag Curse? What Pokemon even gets that? Yeah, just toxic them. Ghost Curse is hilarious on Protean users as they curse themselves? What? A Mega Gengar can do it? Well, I mean, if you're Mega Gengar, I think you have better things to be doing than curse. Just attack them, bro. You're Mega Gengar. Toxic, Leech Seed, and Curse. Don't forget the Nightmare. Yeah. I mean, Curse, decent effect, but the asking price is just too high, right? I think that's it for Ghost type Curse. Alright. Oh, okay, no, no. So that's the explanation for Protean curse. Yeah, I figured that's how it worked. That's fine. I thought it meant like the curse applied to you. That would be truly awful. Okay, so typeless curse. I mean, it's in the thumbnail for a reason, right? So typeless curse gives you +1 attack, +1 defense, and -1 speed. And if you're wondering why in the world curse works this way, it's because it's a Japanese pun. So the Japanese word, or so the Japanese name of curse is noroi, which can mean two things. It can either mean like a curse that you put upon someone, whoa, or it can mean like slow or dull. It's a pun, so that's why it's two separate moves. In Gen 2, I would probably say this is meta defined because Curselax is one of the strongest Pokemon ever. It was pretty much invincible. Like, Curse Snorlax was scrapping with Ubers. He was better than them, honestly. He was probably the single best Pokemon in the game. But overall, in the history of Pokemon, this ends up just being like kind of like a middling staple move, probably better than Belly Drum. So this is largely outclassed by Bulk Up, which doesn't have the speed drop. Why would you use Curse instead of Bulk Up? Well, the answer would be you don't learn Bulk Up. Or if you're a Pokemon that actually wants to be slower, like, say, Ferrothorn, because then this also powers up your Gyro Ball, or like maybe like a Trick Room Pokemon where you also actively want to make yourself slower. I mean, it's decent, right? +1 attack, +1 defense, a very relevant boost. And the +1, so, I mean, +1 attack, +1 defense, very relevant boost. So relevant, you would be willing to take the minus speed a lot of the time. Not as good as Rest Talk. We'll talk about that in when we get to probably Sleep Talk. Curse with White Herb, then Acrobatics. Bonus if you have Unburden. That's so specific. Does anybody actually do that? Muck in my Karen challenge did use Curse, yes. 1 a.m. gag, welcome. Curse is also silly on Pharaoh, but it has better things to do. Yeah. I mean, Curse Ferrothorn is, I mean, it's not quite meme. You can do it. Ferrothorn has like 90 attack or something. Ferrothorn is just busted. Curse Muck has a niche in Gen 4 OU. I feel like Curse users are going to be using moving second anyway, so the speed doesn't matter. Well, not all of them. Curse Quaggy Boy. Hitmonlee Curse. Oh my god. Um. Oh yeah. Curse. Definitely stronger than, Darn or Heck. But maybe not so strong that I have to actually bleep it out. Pretty good. Okay, I think that's enough for both the curses, right? It's probably going to end up being like a mid to high staple by the end of this. Okay. Next. Destiny Bond. Pretty interesting move. So, how Destiny Bond works is you use it, and then if your opponent faints you before your next action, they also faint. And I think you used to be able to just like spam this and just waste time, but I think since Gen 7 you can't Destiny Bond on consecutive turns. You can no longer do that. So big nerf to that. Do Pokemon actually use this? Some do. It's not useless. I think it'll go in niche. Maybe we'll put it above Charm because obviously KOing your opponent is a huge effect, right? Uh, doesn't it have a metal name in Japanese? It's not that crazy in Japanese. It's Michizure, which basically means take along with, on like a path. And I guess the path is the path to hell, right? You're coming with me. In that sense, I guess it's metal, but it's kind of abstract, right? It's implied that it's the path to hell, rather than just like, the local road. The path, Attack on Titan's. I I guess it might be the Attack on Titan paths. We're all connected, guys. Oh, Michizune is a Yu-Gi-Oh card? Wow, they just didn't translate it. Okay. Highway to Hell, the move. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Can't. Well, you can't actually curse in Pokemon, so they just made a Destiny Bond. I don't think there's that much to say about the move itself, right? I think high niche is probably where it'll end up. KOing your opponent is a huge effect, but actually getting this to work is a bit tricky. Is there any anybody know any good clips where somebody says like, "If I go down, I'm taking you with me"? Any suggestions for the premium edit? Mega Banette is forgotten even here. It doesn't can't Mega Banette just attack you though? Why are you using Destiny Bond? There's a fan movie of Yu-Gi-Oh called Devolution where the MC said that. Oh, okay. The Balrog? No, I didn't actually say that though. There's definitely some clip where somebody actually says, "If I go down, I'm taking you with me." Ah, okay, okay. We will mention that. Um, yeah, if you think of something later, send it to me in my Discord, the seller. Link in the description. Because I'll probably put up the premium tomorrow. Tomorrow for me. So probably in about like 48ish hours from now. I think like in the Falcon Punch scene, Captain Falcon says like to Black Shadow, I guess we're going. Yes, in Star Fox. Good. Andros says it. We'll use that. Thank you. Uncle Andros. Um yeah, in the anime of F-Zero, which apparently exists, in the Falcon Punch scene where Captain Falcon punches Black Shadow, he says like it looks like we're going to hell together. We're probably going to end up using the Andros one from Star Fox 64. That's what we're going to do. um, I'm taking you all along with me to the cellar. Good plug, thank you. Um, okay, last thing, we'll mention the Destiny Bond thing for Mega Banette. So, Mega Banette actually could make pretty good use of this because it had Prankster. So if you weren't confident in actually KOing your opponent, you could go ahead and take your opponent with you to hell with a Prankster priority Destiny Bond. There we go. I'm not taking you with me to the bathroom, which is where I'm going right now. Be right back. And we're back. I'll never get tired of the Cheems Pokemon edits. They're a treasure. I worked hard on them. I think somebody from the seller posted a meme on our Pokemon using the Cheems, and they got like 17,000 upvotes. It was absurd. it was using the Charizard Cheems and the buff cheese, the buff one, and they edited in some heavy duty boots to the buff one. It was a good meme. I guess people agreed. I've never gotten 17,000 upvotes. I'm back. Hopefully people are back in the chat as well. We'll give them like a couple seconds. Well, the next move we're going to be talking about for quite a while. Okay, here we go. Alright. Make Cheems Auroras? Maybe. Sounds like a lot of work. Generally, I make them if I need them for a video. So if we ever talk about Auroras, I guess I'll make one. Hey, Cheese, I'm out getting sushi right now. Do I want anything? Get me some with salmon. I like the salmon ones. Which are apparently fake? Fake as in, like, not Japanese. They're apparently... It's a campaign by, like, Norway to promote salmon. And they've tricked everyone into thinking that it's actually from Japan. Alright, looks like people are back. Okay. Alright, we're making okay time, are we? Yeah, it's 8 a.m. here. We're going. So here we go. Detect. I detect. An amazing move. Because detect is basically protect. But it has more limited distribution. But it's also better. We're going to talk about why. So we'll start by just putting these moves in meta defining. Right? We'll do protect at the same time. Starts with P, right? So protect and detect. What do they do? With incredibly high move priority, not the highest, because I think you can break through with feint. Not feint attack, just feint. Protect and detect basically protect you for the turn. There's some things that can still get through, like feint. Actually cancels your protect entirely if they protect it correctly. Like Thunder, I think, in rain can maybe hit through. Blizzard in hail can maybe hit through. Z moves and Dynamax moves kind of bleed through as well. But like 9.5 times out of 10, if you protect or detect, you are safe for the turn. In game, that's useless. Who cares? I guess you can use it to completely dunk on Norman and his slacking. Because you can always just protect on their non-truant turn. In singles, these moves have use, right? You can use them to stall. So, if you have like a Leech Seed or Toxic, probably not both at the same time, but you just want to rack up that damage while also getting like leftovers or like Poison Heal Recovery, you can protect. Speed boost users love protect because that gives you a turn to get a speed boost. But really, the reason why these moves are going to be near the top, if not the top of meta defining, is because of doubles. Is there a doubles Pokemon that doesn't use protect? I don't think so. On at least one set. Can you name a single Pokemon in doubles that doesn't use protect? I don't think so. So many mind games. Doubles pretty much is defined by protect. Insane. Protect is so much stronger when it can possibly negate 2 attacks. If it's just stalling while your partner does something. So many possibilities. Like way too many to actually talk about in this tier list where we wanted to talk about other moves as well. You make a whole video just about protect. I guess if you have an assault vest, you can't protect. Detect D's banned. Detect is better than... Yeah, okay. So we'll mention... Which is better, Protect or Detect? Well, that's kind of debatable. So Protect has more PP and a way, way wider distribution. Almost any Pokemon can learn Protect. Whereas Detect has less PP and also much narrower distribution. But if you learn Detect, you would probably choose Detect because it's less vulnerable to Imprison. Which is kind of relevant. What about Protect clones like King Shield? A lot of them are actually very different. I don't even know if I would call them Protect clones. Like King Shield, Spiky Shield, Baneful Bunker, they all actually have very different properties and block different things. I think somebody asked about the Japanese name of Detect. We can check that. Protect is just Protect. Detect is Mikiri. Ah, okay. So Mikiri is basically like complete awareness, or like all seeing, just like being aware of what's happening. So yeah, I think Detect is fine. Ultra Instinct. Detect is annoying in early games to know. I think we've covered most things we need to for Detect and Protect, right? Anything to do besides like a snappy ending line? Oh, Feint is lower priority than Protect, it just hits regardless? Oh, okay. Oh, an Unseen Fist hits through Protect as well. Okay. Urshifu's ability was made to help show Game Freak only cares about VGC. Game Freak, please. Where's singles competitive? All the developers know and just spam Protect. It hits regardless and negates Protect. Okay. I did mention Z moves and max moves hitting through Protect. I did. Yeah, they bleed through. They don't quite break your Protect or do full damage, but they still like kind of like leak through and damage you. Yeah, we did mention that. Okay, great. So we can almost move on. If you're in a double battle, always use protection. There we go. Okay. Dragon breath, dragon breath. Filler? When are you using this? I guess if you're in game. So 60 base power, dragon move special, with a 30% chance of paralysis. Are there any dragon type technicians? No, right? In that sense, yeah, it'd be pretty good, but unfortunately not. I think the only time I remember actually using this and this being my best option was in like Pokemon Coliseum. I had a Vibrava where I would use Dragon Breath. But if you know anything about Pokemon Coliseum, it's a game where Meganium is actually kind of good because your options are just that bad. I think Pokemon Coliseum has the worst roster of all time. Yeah. Dragon Breath, typically you will have better options, so hey, I would consider this a filler outclassed move. Don't use double protection, though. About as adult as we're gonna get on the channel, yeah, using doubling up on protection, and this is an actual PSA, literally doubling up on protection is a very bad idea. It does not work. Don't do that, guys. The first dragon type move that actually is variable damage. I assume you mean viable damage. Dual chop would be better with technician anyway. Yeah, dragon breath kind of sucks. Yeah. Dragon breath is basically the scald of paralysis, though. No, scald is way better. Scald is way better. It's good against Lance for an Onyx solo run. Well, that's a niche. 30% paralysis is pretty reliable, at least. I wouldn't call that reliable. Just use Thunder Wave, bro. I mean, 30% paralysis is upside, yeah. They mean variable? Oh, they do, yeah, because General only had Dragon Rage. Yeah, okay, you're right. Scald's the best move in the game. Well, you have Milotic profile pick, so I don't know if I can trust that, but it's up there. It's one of the best moves in the game for sure, yeah. Scald, not Dragon Breath. Oh, something else I wanted to mention for Protect. I should do that. And I'll just do this as an addendum to Protect. One thing I really something I really hate about how Protect and something I really just don't like about Protect and Detect is the consecutive use thing. So 50% chance to be able to protect twice in a row. It's just a coin flip. I really hate that. I just wish that you couldn't protect consecutively. I think that would be a lot more fair. That's just me being salty about RNG. I think we're done with Dragon Breath, right? Also, the Dragon Tales reference from earlier is going to be pretty awkward once you bring it up in Gen 5 for Dragon Tail. Pretty much any dragon like X move, I've been singing like Dragon Tales. That's. Is it true that Onyx learns Dragon Breath and Fire Red Leaf Green because the animation lines up with Onyx's back sprite? I don't know if that's true, but we know that the Onyx lobby is more powerful than Onyx itself, right? It's a good time to get some small rocks in the chat, except we don't have them, so please use your budget Onyx buffering emotes now. Come along, take my hand, let's all go to Dragonland. Only Americans will remember? Is that show even American? It might be Canadian. Look at all these look at all the budget Onyxes in the chat. Also, Weeb Jail, thank you for actually being awake for this. I guess it is Saturday. Wow, the entire chat is just budget Onyx. Okay. Onyx Tail, Onyx Tail. I'd watch that, I guess. Yeah. I used to watch it all the time as a kid. Very popular in America, at least. I guess it also somehow taught you Spanish, because the chief dragon was like Hispanic. Unfortunately, we don't have monetization enabled yet. We've got to get back to 1K subs. So please, subscribe to Imported Cheese Fresh. We do want to get back to 1K subs, because that's when we can get monetization back, which mostly is for the emotes. Until then, Budget Onyx is going to carry us. Ooh, okay. So that's probably why you've been putting out all those videos. Wait, why aren't you a moderator? Hang on here. Hello? Oh, okay, that's not the actual window. Let me make you a mod. Add moderator. So we're gonna do a shameless plug for Weeb Jail. So Weeb Jail in the chat is one of the moderators of the Cellar. He also lives in Japan. And he makes really high quality videos about weeb stuff, basically. So please consider subscribing to his channel. I think it's really good. But Susan hates him, just like Susan hates me. Please subscribe to Weeb Jail. I actually think the videos are good, otherwise I wouldn't say anything. Okay, great. I think that's enough. Dynamic Punch. 100 base power. Always confuses. Incredible. 50% accuracy. Yikes. So this was complete garbage until it pretty much became the signature move of Machamp. So Machamp has a very powerful ability called No Guard, which causes all moves, both used by and on Machamp, to hit. So if you know that you have Dynamic Punch, yeah, you would use this. I think it's powerful enough on Machamp post Gen 4 to actually put this in staples. Actually having a guaranteed hit Dynamic Punch is ridiculous. does massive damage with upside, right? I mean, you wouldn't use Confuse Ray, but if it's attached to a 100 base power stab move, yeah, you would. Yeah, basically really amazing on no guard Pokemon. Even no guard, what's his face? Golurk would use this. But it's basically the signature move of Machamp. Kansa de Gozaru. +1 sub from the shill. Niche? No, I think like it's good enough on no guard Machamp that I would consider it a staple. Machamp would much rather use Guts. I honestly see this as outclassed. I mean, I might be a little biased because I myself really love no guard Machamp. But I think like a low staple placement is fine. Like Dynamic Punch no guard Machamp is like not a meme. It's a real thing. People are saying niche. I think it's good enough for low staples. I think because there's so few moves in staples right now, it's looking better than it is. Like, in no universe is this actually, like, adjacent to Typeless Curse. It's just because there's so few moves. It's gonna end up being, like, a very low staples move by the end. But Champ's most viable set is always Guts Flame Morph? I don't know about that. It's gonna be low staples by the end, I think. But, I mean, you could also say high niche. I don't think you're wrong. Name one Pokemon other than No Guard Machamp or any No Guard Pokemon that benefits from Dynamic Punch. I can't. Well, I mean, okay, so here let's take a moment to discuss where we put. All right, so I guess what is it? Bone Meringue was at the top of filler outclassed, right? Gen 2 Ampharos would sometimes use it, yeah. I think Dynamic Punch should go in low staples. But I just really like Machamp. YouTube stopped working for you on PC? I'm sorry, Miguel. Welcome back. But the thing is, like, nobody actually used Bone Meringue, right? You just used Earthquake. And Machamp does use Dynamic Punch. Bone Meringue is always used by Marowak because it breaks up? Nah, bro. Marowak still uses Earthquake. You could use No Guard Dynamic Punch Golurk. Why? I don't know, lol. Okay. I think I'll just admit with this one that I'm pretty biased because I really like No Guard Dynamic Punch Machamp. You could put this at the top of niche because so few Pokemon can use it, right? It's basically just Machamp and Golurk. And sometimes on Machamp you would use Guts. But I'm not doing that. I'm using No Guard Machamp. There we go. I think that'll settle it, right? I'm blatantly biased on this. I really enjoy the slow methodological Gen 2 competitive meta, but I recognize that I have awful taste. We'll talk about that when we get to Sleep Talk. Homeless tier? Nah, because I think we could. I think it does clearly fit into one of these two, whereas Aeroblast is like, what? It's like a good move with no home. Alright, next. Encore. I should clap as I say that, right? Encore. Beautiful. Bravo. Well done. Good move, yeah. Good move. Very high staples, I think, is where we'll put this. So Encore, completely useless in-game, but in competitive, especially with Prankster, you can do some really nice stuff with this. So Encore, forces your opponent to repeat the last move they used for a random like variable amount of turns. I think it used to be like something crazy, like 2 to 8. Now I think it's 2 to 5. It's a very powerful effect. If your opponent tries to set up and you encore them, well, that sucks. They better switch out because otherwise you get to set up. Incredibly powerful move. You could make an argument even that it goes in meta defining, but I don't quite think it's that good. It's just a very solid move that you would probably run on your support Pokemon to shut down opposing setup Pokemon. Exceptionally powerful with Prankster, but still very good even without it. Encore Buffet, yeah. Some people are saying meta. I don't think it's that good. It's not like Encore is this like omnipresent thing that you always have to be aware of. It's just some Pokemon might Encore you sometimes. Be careful. Meta defining in Gen 4. With how deep the lead meta was, but not in any other gen. Encore is broken by Dynamax. As in, like, if you Dynamax after Encore, you can switch moves. Yeah. You can also switch moves. You can have a choice band, I think, even with, like, a choice item. Almost meta-defining high staples. Yeah. It's going to be high staples, I think. Guts Machamp is always better than No Guard Machamp? That's not true. Because remember that No Guard Machamp can use a different item. Alright. If it had better distribution? Yeah, okay. I think we'll end with that. So, like, if Encore had, like, a TM that gave it to a bunch of Pokemon, then I'd probably put this in meta-defining. But because it sort of has kind of iffy distribution, it'll just be a high staple move. I think that's it for Encore. Good move. Never? Okay, I'm done. What's happening? Is there like an argument? Usually people don't actually argue with each other in the chat. They argue with me. Alright, here we go. Endure. Yeah. I don't know. Somebody said Endure is staples. I don't think so. I think Endure is a niche move. So, Endure allows you to survive any hit with 1 HP left, at least. It sounds to me like a pretty niche thing. So, what you would actually do with Endure, obviously useless in game, but is you hope that your opponent knocks you down to that 1 HP because then you turn the tables on them with your 250 base power reversal and the speed boost you got from your Select Berry. If your name is like Hitmonlee. There's definitely Pokemon that can use Endure. It is a thing. It was a much bigger thing in like the earlier generations. Like I think Gen 3, this was a pretty common strategy. But in Gen 4, they added a bunch of new priority moves. Sandstream got even stronger because of the new interaction with rock types. So you started to see a lot more residual damage anywhere. There's just a ton of ways to just passively stop your Endure strats. But, I mean, you could do it. It's not a complete joke. I would call it a niche strategy. Endure's Focus Sash at home if your home is a bunker. I mean, it's functionally very different than Focus Sash, right? Because you can do it even if you've been hurt already. And in a way, it's kind of more reliable than Focus Sash that way. Any move on Fear Rattata should be meta-defining. But on Fear Rattata, you'd use just Focus Sash, right? Very niche, yeah. Overall, you'd probably rather just use a focus sash, I think. Endure is a bit more reliable, but remember that's going to take a move slot and a turn, and your opponent has to actually attack with a move that would have killed you. Otherwise, Endure didn't do anything. I think it's enough for Endure. Just wreck Reversal and Flail now and end this discussion. Yeah, I guess we may as well do Reversal and Flail as we talk about Endure, because you need Endure to use Reversal and Flail. I guess we'll just put them with Endure, right? um, okay, so I guess we may as well talk about Reversal and Flail as we talk about Endure, because they kind of go together, right? So Reversal and Flail. Really easy to make a joke about calling this move fail, but I mean, it's not that bad. So they do damage that scales with your remaining HP. The lower your HP, the more damage you deal. And if you have 1 HP, basically if you endured, I believe these moves go to 250 base power, which is massive. It's huge damage, but you're so vulnerable. There's so many ways for your opponent to just pick you off at that point that these aren't really reliable strategies, but hey, they are fun. They're niche. Flail Magikarp is probably how you're going to be doing challenge runs with Magikarp if you're doing that. Oh, only 200 base power? Oh, okay. It's actually only 200 base power, so even more niche. I think that's everything for Reversal and Flail, right? Not much else to say about those. Yeah, I mean, it's strong if it works, but your opponent has so many ways to make it not work. Could try to spell out fear on the tiering order for fun. I need an A. Oh, we don't have... We already... We only have Aeroblast. We can't do it. Yeah, they were good in Gen 3 because of lack of priority moves. I think I did mention that when talking about Endure, right? I didn't realize that Flail wasn't in Gen 1. Yeah, it's Gen 2. Okay. I think it's good for these three. Alright. Extreme Speed. Another nerfed translation, because in Japanese it's literally Goddo Speedo. Amazing. You can't talk about God in my satanic Pokemon games, so they changed it to Extreme Speed. I think it's a fine name. Extreme Speed, really good move. Meta defining move? Not quite, but a very high staple move. If you can actually learn Extreme Speed, it's got very limited distribution. You would definitely consider using it. 80 base power, super priority. It used to just be +1 priority, the same as all the other priority moves like, Bullet Punch, Aqua Jet, but they eventually buffed it to +2 priority. So since you've got Extreme Speed, you're actually going before all those other priority moves. If you learn it, it's really good, but you probably don't learn it, so I think notable Pokemon that use Extreme Speed, Lucario, despite being, so notable Pokemon that actually use Extreme Speed, Lucario, despite actually having a higher special attacking stat, typically goes physical because of Extreme Speed. And Arceus, of course, really loves Extreme Speed because then it's stab if you just don't use a plate, and you can use a different item, like say a Life Orb, and just annihilate everything. Good move. Who gets it in Gen 2? I believe Arcanine does, and there's an event. It's like an in-game special Dragonite that also gets Extreme Speed. Yeah, this thing it's quicker attack. Lucario has balance stats. Yeah, it has good attack as well, but I think its special attack is slightly higher. If you have Extreme Speed, you're probably using it. Hey, Walt is back. I don't remember VGC Arcanine running it, but VGC Arcanine is a different beast. Yeah, it's not a definite if you learn Extreme Speed that you're going to use it, but you probably are. Special attack and attack are equal? They're not equal. They're close, though. Extreme Speed is quick attack with bigger numbers? I mean, yeah. But those bigger numbers are very important. I think High Stables is fine for Extreme Speed. Alright. False Swipe. I'm not really sure what a false swipe is. The Japanese name is a bit clearer, so in Japanese it's Mineuchi, which is another sword technique. There's quite a few untranslatable sword techniques, like cut and aerial ace also got kind of weird. But Mineuchi is a sword technique where you hit the opponent with the flat side of your blade to disable them, because it turns out when you hit a human with the sharp side of the blade, it tends to have the effect of killing them, and maybe you don't want to do that. So in English that became false swipe. Incredibly unique and useful move in game. So false swipe is a 40 base power normal move. Sounds like crap, but it has a specific effect where it will always leave your opponent at least 1 HP. And if you're trying to catch them, that's exactly what you want to do. So where do we actually put this? I mean, this is a candidate for Pokemon Homeless? I mean, I don't know if I would call it niche. I mean, maybe like top of niche, because it has a niche, and it's the best at that. It might just be Pokemon Homeless. Because it's a very good move at what you want it to do. Weakening Pokemon. Top of niche. I mean, there's a couple places we could put this, right? We could put it in Pokemon Homeless. We could put it at the very top of niche. We could put it at the very bottom of staples. Notably, this is a very good YouTube channel, False Swipe Gaming. Excellent. Their very first video was about Charizard, and so you know they're good. Oh yeah. In a way, this is the most important move of all, because you use this for catching them all, which is the point of Pokemon games. And of course, who could forget about that classic anime quote, "Finish it off with false swipe." I have no idea what happened there, and I don't think I can find the Japanese to actually check what they said. And yeah, they made a I guess like an anniversary updated Zard video, which is like an hour and a half. It's amazing. If Funbro had an extra move slot, this is what they would use. Any complaints about false swipe in Pokemon Homeless? Use it in doubles to set up on flail on your partner. Alright, that actually sounds like a fail strat. False Swipe did have a competitive use in Gen 2. You would run it on your Scizor if you were 8 and didn't know what you were doing. Sure. Yeah, very weird move, but I mean good. Feint Attack. I talk about this in my 10 Japanese moves with weird translations. But yeah, Feint Attack was misspelled for like 3 generations. Used to be F-A-I-N-T, faint, as in like dim and difficult to see, and eventually they changed it to F-E-I-N-T, as in like a tricky move. And the Japanese was always Damashiuchi, as in like trick attack. Pretty easy. Filler outclassed move. 60 base power dark move that never misses. You don't really care about that, right? Perfect accuracy moves are kind of whatever, because most moves with 100% accuracy are the same as moves that never miss, for the most part. So you don't really care about that part. It just ends up being a 60 base power dark type move that you use if you don't have anything better to do. Crunch them. if you just believe in yourself, if you just believe in yourself and are if you just believe in yourself and are aid and don't know what you're doing, all moves are viable. If you haven't seen it's like a Hearthstone video, but it's about a priest card called Purify. I don't know what the actual name of the video is, but it's hilarious. You should watch it. Feint attack in staples? No way, no. It's a filler move for sure. If Feint attack made the opposing Pokemon faint, yeah, it'd be pretty good. This is such a minor nitpick, but I feel Swift is slightly better than all of its clones because Swift could hit semi-invulnerable Pokemon in Gen 2. Yeah, but it's a normal type move. Ugh. I'd rather be any other type, except Bug, I guess. Hey, look at that. Cheese's 10 moves with the Japanese names videos. I'll put that in the premium edit. I think this is a fine placement for Feint attack, right? It's very whatever. Alright. Flame Wheel. Should be another easy one. Really cool animation. And a cool idea. You turn into a flaming wheel of not quite death, because you only have 60 base power, but cool regardless. Filler move. Better than Ember. Not as good as Flamethrower. There you go. It's called Purity of the Cards. What, he took it down? No! It was a good video, okay. I think that's it for Flame Wheel, right? Nothing else to say about that? A Flame Wheel can also thaw you out if you happen to be frozen and you choose Flame Wheel. That's cool. Hey, look, it's the move that Gen 4 Ponyta is stuck with from level 20 until the Elite 4. I mean, Ponyta is just kind of sad overall. We get a chicken and a thumbs up from XJ0641. What does that mean? Blaziken doesn't use this. Flame Wheel looks cool, yeah. I think I mentioned that it looks cool. Discount Flare Blitz? Pretty much, yeah. Which is why it's in filler outclassed. Anything else to say about Flame Wheel? I don't think so. We're just going to move on. Alright. Foresight. Okay, so Foresight. I mean, I've got glasses, so I got 4 eyes, and I don't know what you're going to do with this thing. I think this is actually useless. So what does Foresight actually do? It's basically Scrappy, the move, but I guess Foresight came first, so really, Scrappy is Foresight the ability. So Foresight allows you to hit ghost types with normal and fighting moves. When does that matter? Pretty much only if you're trying to rapid spin on the opponent. It's not worth running Foresight. Maybe if this was like 5 or 6 sight, the number's got to be pretty big. You got to go up to like 10 sight to actually make this thing worth using. It also negates your opponent's accuracy, or it also negates your opponent's evasion boosts. Wow, such useful. No, it's actually not. It's useless. It's bad. You're never going to spend a turn and a move slot on Foresight just to be able to use your normal and fighting moves against ghost types. Unless you're trying to spin block and really, like, just do something else. Like, knock your opponent out, status them, negate them somehow. It's not worth using Foresight. Yeah, moves that are outclassed by their ability counterparts for 400. More like Snore Side. Well, no, Snore's a different move. Can help you get past Morty on Noctowl. Everyone knows what a threat Morty is. The most threatening thing about Morty is his awful fashion sense. I don't think there's anything else to say about Foresight, right? Okay, that's it for foresight. Alright. Yeah, and the fact that he doesn't use Mischievous, why not? I guess he's... Ugh. Talking about Morty, I guess. Alright. Frustration. And I guess we'll also talk about Return at the same time. We'll talk about Return first because it's way better. So Return. If you have maxed Friendship, which is really easy to do, Return has 102 base power, 100 accuracy as a normal physical move. That's pretty good. I mean, normal's not that exciting, but with that much power, I mean, it's better than Earthquake. If only it wasn't a normal type move. Very strong move, though. Notably, pairs incredibly well with water type moves. Water and normal coverage covers almost everything. I think the only things it doesn't hit neutrally are Empoleon, Jellicent, and I believe Ferrothorn. But I mean, Ferrothorn is cheating anyway. That thing's invincible. Really, really good move that you would run on a wide variety of Pokemon. If you're a normal type physical attacker, you're running this, no question. But you might, it's so strong that you might even consider running it otherwise. Imagine running a normal type move for coverage. Crazy. It's just that good. Frustration is way worse. It's the counterpart of Return, but it scales with how low your friendship is. But literally walking with your Pokemon increases friendship. So you're never going to have a max power of Frustration. It's just not really feasible. I guess you could do it in battle simulators, set your friendship to 0, but why? Why do you want to be a monster that actually uses Frustration? I think for that reason, Frustration's actually, like, way worse. I mean, I guess we'll put it in Pokemon Homeless, right? Because I guess you can use it, but, like, why? You're not using this in game, and you're probably not using this in a battle simulator. It also got deleted in Gen 8. I have no idea why. Yeah, like, to use Frustration, you would have to spam your Pokemon with bitter medicines that lower friendship. Why? Just use Return, bro. Return also has a very confusing English name. Return has a very confusing English name. The Japanese name is very clear. It's Ongaishi, which is like return favor. Because your Pokemon likes you, they're going to hit hard for you. But in English, it sounds like you're returning a video to Blockbuster. Only 90s kids will remember. I guess the main use of Frustration is for, like, RP purposes. If you want to be like the Emperor, right? I mean, good. Let the hate flow through you. And deal 102 base damage as a normal type move. I was born in 2004 and I loved Blockbuster? I don't believe you. Blockbuster was already dying by the time I was in, like, middle school. Brockbuster. Onyx. You would use Frustration in a Pokemon like Mega Lopunny because if a Ditto with max friendship copied you, it would have a very weak Frustration. What? Return, oh yeah. It sounds like you're returning Pokemon to its Pokeball, yeah. Like, Return sounds like it should be a switching move, like U-turn, or... Like, Return sounds like it should be a switching move, like U-turn, even has turn in the name. Alright, I think that's enough for Return and Frustration. Alright. Fury Cutter. So it starts at 10 base power, but it doubles each turn. Honestly, I think this, even though this move does damage, it's so bad, I'm gonna put it in useless. Like, you gotta be real desperate to be using Fury Cutter. Like, think about how many turns it takes until this thing actually starts doing reasonable damage. I mean, equip a metronome as well for the giga memes. Nowadays, it's 40 base power. It's still horrific. Like, this is so... I'm struggling to think of a scenario where you're like, wow, I gotta use Fury Cutter. It's not even 100% accurate, so you could just miss and break your entire Fury Cutter chain. Like, this is very nearly the Constrict of Gen 2, but it quickly actually becomes better than Constrict, so not quite, but... Ugh, yikes. A lot of what we say about Fury Cutter also applies to Rollout, so I guess we can do Rollout, but hey, Rollout is actually a good type, so I'm gonna put Rollout at, like, bottom of filler out class, because you might actually use Rollout until you get a better rock-type move, and theoretically Rollout is much worse because it locks you in, but, I mean, whatever. Rock-type is just so much better than Bug that, yeah, I think it does actually qualify as a very bottom-of-the-barrel filler out classed move, and you can do cute stuff like defense curl rollout and using rollout, I guess, with metronome and power trick shuckle for memes when calculating the strongest move of all time as you flatten a level 1 Ladybug. That's something. More than Fury Cutter. Right, I mean, this is a Gen 2 moves tier list, so we have to mention Whitney's rollout Miltank, right? At least mention it. It's not that hard, though. Get good. You think this is a kid's game? It might be. I think that's everything for Rollout and Fury Cutter, right? I personally would put Rollout in niche. It's actually really good in certain situations. What situation is that, buddy? I guess the buddy sounds really aggressive. What situation is that? I would like to know. I don't know when you would use it. Like, when is Rollout your best choice? I only think it's when you have nothing better, as in, like, an early game Pokemon. At least Rollout gets the defense scroll buff? Yeah, we mentioned that, right? Okay. Yeah, stuff like early game where you have no options? Yeah, so that's why it's in filler out classed. Alright. Future Sight. So I tried to look this up yesterday. We have to read this. This is, like, even beyond jump kick levels of insanity. So strap in, guys. You're not ready for this. Here we go. Alright. Future Sight is a damage-dealing Psychic-type move introduced in Generation 2. Effect, Generations 2 to 4. You know what? We're going to start a timer on this. Hang on. We're reading this whole thing. Get ready. Oh boy. Where's my timer app? Okay, here we go. Strap in, guys, and I can't see the chat during this, but here we go. Okay. Future Sight is a damage-dealing Psychic-type move introduced in Generation 2. Effect, Generations 2 to 4. On the turn Future Sight is selected, this attack will do nothing other than say that the user has foreseen an attack. 2 turns later, Future Sight will do damage against the target. The damage dealt uses the special attack stat of the user and special defense stat of the target at the time of move selection, not at the time the attack actually hits. If the target is switched out, the attack will hit its replacement, but the damage is based on the original target Pokemon. Damage dealt by Future Sight does not have a type, it is not affected by type effectiveness, so it can hit Dark-type Pokemon, does not receive Stab, and can hit Pokemon with Wonder Guard. Future Sight cannot land a critical hit, and its damage is not increased by Life Orb. Future Sight is not affected by protection moves or Endure. A Pokemon holding a Focus Band or Focus Sash can survive Future Sight. Future Sight fails when used if the Pokemon is already set to be hit by Future Sight or Doom Desire. Future Sight can hit the Pokemon that use the move. If Future Sight misses, the miss will not occur until the third turn, and the game will display that the move failed rather than missed. In double battles, if the intended target has already fainted by the time the attack is foreseen, such that there is no target, Future Sight will redirect the same as other moves do, e.g., target the future opponent instead. If there is no target at the targeted slot by the time the attack is due, Future Sight will fail without further notice. Future Sight has a base power of 80. Future Sight can be used as part of a Pokemon contest combination, with the user gaining extra 3 appeal points if a certain move, Calm Mind, Confusion, Kinesis, or Psychic, was used in the prior turn. Generation 5. Future Sight's power is increased from 80 to 100, its accuracy from 90 to 100, and its PP is reduced from 15 to 10. Future Sight now calculates its damage when it hits rather than when it is selected. Future Sight uses the user's special attack and the Pokemon hit. Future Sight uses the user's special attack and the hit Pokemon's special defense at the time damage is dealt. It now inflicts damage as a Psychic type move, therefore it is affected by type effectiveness, so cannot affect Dark type Pokemon, can receive stab, and will not necessarily hit through Wonder Guard. If the user is on the field and has Normalize or is affected by Electrify when Future Sight hits, it hits as a normal or electric type move respectively, regardless of whether this was the case when the move was used. However, it cannot be redirected by Lightning Rod, even if it is an electric type move. Future Sight can now land a critical hit. If the user is not on the field when Future Sight hits, its ability and held item are not applied. In battles with multiple opponents, Future Sight may now target a slot without an active Pokemon. If a Pokemon occupies the selected slot by the time the attack is due, Future Sight will attack as intended. If there is no target at the targeted slot by the time the attack is due, Future Sight will still fail without further notice. A Pokemon can now endure Future Sight with Endure or Sturdy, in addition to Focus Sash and Focus Band. Future Sight disappears with no message if it would hit the Pokemon that used the move. Generation 6 onwards. Future Sight's power was increased again from 100 to 120. In contests, the move increases from 2 appeal to 6 appeal if the move used by the previous Pokemon that round was also a Psychic type move. The bonus cannot trigger if used first in round, even if the move used by the last round's last Pokemon was a Psychic type move. 3.5 minutes. Whew. That was a lot of text. This move sucks. It's awful. It's awful. Have I not played Gen 8 OU? This move is amazing? What? This is the best move on the Slow Twins nowadays? Slowbo runs it. Alright, fine. We'll do it. Use Encore and do it again. No. Fine. Future Sight is great. Okay. It was a pretty good Magic the Gathering expansion. Alright. So all of that for a move that just barely, makes it into, niche. So, nowadays, after all these buffs, I guess you can use these on the slow bros. The slow Pokemon. The bro and the king. Maybe. But for 7 generations, this thing was absolute crap. In certain conditions, you can use it. What are those conditions? I'm not spending another 3.5 minutes to tell you. In my opinion, it's not worth bothering with, because unless you literally have Future Sight yourself, you don't know what your opponent is going to be doing in 2 turns. Just attack them now. Right? You don't want to invest in this move. IMO. Maybe I'm just bad. Okay, I gotta see what people were actually saying during the description. Yeah, this move is madness. Okay. Yeah, good in a single gen. I mean, like, Teleport made it to the top of niche because it was crap until Gen 8, where it became really good. And Future Sight was crap for most of Pokemon, and now it's, like, okay. So that's why it's not in useless. Yu-Gi-Oh fans must love this move. It's like the history of this move is basically a Yu-Gi-Oh card in terms of text. All right, I think that's it for Future Sight. Bruno, welcome. All right. Whew. Next. Giga Drain. Oh, we can use a big move for. We can use a big word for this one. Giga Drain. The apotheosis, the best of the grass draining series. Giga Drain actually worth using nowadays. It used to be 60 base power, but it's been buffed to, I think, 70? Might be 80. But either way, it's actually worth using. It's fine. You can use it. I mean, what? How much base power is this? Let's check so that we can. 75. Oh wow. It's actually 75 base power. Heals you for half the damage you deal. Well, with 75 base power, you're actually dealing relevant damage to heal from. Too bad it's a grass move. Other than that, yeah, sure. You would probably run this over Energy Ball. I think healing yourself is more relevant than the extra 5 base power and the special defense drop from Energy Ball. Giga Drain with the buff, actually pretty good as far as grass moves go. And hey, Erica gives you the TM. That makes it pretty good. Anything else to say about Giga Drain? I think that's good. Usable on Volcarona. I did use it on the Karen challenge that featured Volcarona, and we won. We had to actually like throw the game to lose. Giga Drain for recovery, Leaf Storm for power. I mean, they're like not even comparable, right? I think the comparison is Energy Ball, right? Leaf Storm is just completely different. Yeah, also a zillion Pokemon learn Giga Drain. That's a good point. It's everywhere. Okay, that one's pretty easy. Heal Bell. Very solid staple. Heal Bell. A very solid and useful effect. So Heal Bell removes status, so cure status, from your entire team. Yeah, that's something you would probably be interested in a competitive setting. Yeah, sure. We'll put it here-ish. I think it's actually strictly worse than aromatherapy because your soundproof Pokemon on your own team can't actually benefit from Heal Bell. So you'd rather use aromatherapy. Hey, congratulations, Meganium. You get a pretty much strictly better Heal Bell. It's not enough. Solid move. You would use it on your support Pokemon, maybe. Anything else to say about Heal Bell? Heal Bell isn't in meta defining only because it's so passive. I mean, if your opponent, you're still going to status your opponent, even if you know they have Heal Bell, right? Because them spending a turn to Heal Bell stuff off is whatever. You're willing to do that. And they might not have Heal Bell. In fact, they probably don't. So I think it's just a staple. There's never really been a gen where there isn't a tier it's useless in. I've got to parse that. Not usually useful in all tiers, but at least one of them. I can't keep up. I'm sorry. It's too early for me. But I think people are not arguing that this should go lower. I think this is a fine placement for Heal Bell. We can do some... do we need a joke here? Something about Taco Bell, for whom the bell tolls? I guess so, yeah. So, ask yourself, for whom the Heal Bell tolls? Every Pokemon except soundproof ones, I guess. There we go. Literature jokes. I've never read that book. Hidden Power. R.I.P. Gone but not forgotten. I think this actually is so ubiquitous that it gets to be in meta defining. So hidden power can be of any type. This is completely useless in game because you have no way to control your IVs, but in competitive, this thing is absolutely everywhere. Hidden power can give any Pokemon any coverage type, which is ridiculously valuable. So up until Gen 4 with the physical special split, the type of hidden power actually varied. Well, that's not right. So up until Gen 4 with the physical special split, hidden power being physical or special actually depended on the type, as it did with all moves. So you would use hidden power flying on like Gyarados as a way to actually get a physical flying move. RIP. Can't do that anymore. And then after the physical special split, all hidden powers became special, which sort of restricted it to only special attacking Pokemon, but that's still like, what, half of all sweepers, right? So tons of Pokemon are using that hidden power fire, that hidden power ice. I think hidden power fire actually requires you to use a speed IV of 30, so there's like a whole meta about whether or not you actually want to use that, because then you start losing speed ties. Like, so much brain power committed to picking the right hidden power, considering whether or not your opponent actually has hidden power. Why is it at the bottom of meta defining? We're moving this up. I think it's actually more impactful than Baton Pass. And then in Gen 8, they took it out. RIP. Is that a good decision? I don't know. I mean, should every Pokemon have access to every type move? Maybe not. Yeah, I guess F's in chat and in the comments for hidden power. Hidden but not forgotten. Wasn't it brought back in BDSP? I guess so, but that's because it's a faithful remake. Well, and I guess we will say that Legends Arceus hidden power is absurd because it's always super effective, but it's stuck on unknown, so overall it sucks. Hidden power is amazing. I'd rather have it nerfed than just deleted. Well, they did nerf it, right? They capped it at 60 base power, which is a nerf for everything unless you're a Technician Pokemon, but you could have just used a 60 base power hidden power anyway. So yeah, it was just a nerf. They nerfed it and then they killed it. Yeah, hidden power, I mean, honestly, it's kind of obnoxious to deal with, so it makes it a lot simpler to not have to worry about it, but it was a really nice option that a lot of Pokemon appreciated. Ferrothorn loves that this move is gone. BDSP were so faithful that they made it bad, just like the original Daipa, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot to say about hidden power, but I think we covered it all, right? Okay, great. Next. Icy Wind. Deceptively good. So, purely in-game, this would be filler outclassed. It's just a lame ice move you would use if you don't have... We'll say that again. So, Icy Wind. Deceptively good. So, purely in-game, this thing would be like filler outclassed, right? Just use Ice Beam. In terms of actually attacking things in singles, outclassed, right? I mean, just use Ice Beam. So why is this going to be in staples? Well, because of doubles. So Icy Wind hits both your opponents, and it lowers their speed. And making both of your opponents slower, that's a pretty useful effect attached to a really useful attacking type. So, like, the 40 base power isn't even a joke. It's not nothing. It might actually end up dealing okay damage. But really, you use it for the speed control in doubles, which is very, very relevant. Relevant enough to be in staples. Not quite enough to be in meta defining, I don't think. But definitely a move you would be interested in using if you want to be faster than your opponents, which you probably do. Yeah, and Icy Wind has pretty good distribution. It's on some TMs. Wolfie showed that Milotic uses this well in doubles. I would expect you to know about things that Milotic does. Everybody okay with this placement for Icy Wind? Yeah, I don't see anybody too upset about this thing for Icy Wind. So I think we can go ahead and move on, right? Good move, good distribution. Yeah. Okay. Iron Tail. So, Iron Tail. This is part of the anime lie. What is it? So what do we go? How do we do this? So Iron Tail is a key part of the many lies that the anime tells you. Things like aiming for the horn, using the thunder as armor, Pikachu actually being able to kill anything ever. Usually with Iron Tail, Pikachu just spams this thing in the anime. Are you ever going to use this in game? No. It does actually deal damage, right? 100 base power is no joke, but 75 accuracy is. You would never use this in a serious competitive context because that mischance is just brutal. But hey, it does actually deal damage if it hits. Maybe you would use this in game if you didn't have anything better to do. I mean, it's probably up here-ish. I mean, 100 base power, it's a lot. It's a lot, but you're going to miss. Did I say 75 base power or 75? Did I say 75 accuracy? It might actually be 70. So yeah, iron miss. It is just way, way too unreliable. But if it hits, it does deal damage. And it sometimes lowers defense. So you have to win the roll to actually hit them, and then win the roll to lower the defense. In which case, yeah, Iron Tail's pretty good. Oh, it was 75 accuracy. Okay, so I can just cut that part. So yeah, use this on your anime Pikachu in your fantasy realm where Pikachu is good and you're also 10 forever. Otherwise, I wouldn't really bother with this. I've never seen the animation for this move because it never hits. Yeah, Iron Miss is Stone Miss without the good typing offensively. And also worse accuracy, right? People considered Iron Tail and Gen 6 Garchomp because Fairy is scary. Did it not get Iron Head yet? I know people run Iron Head or Poison Jab. Yeah, you gotta be real desperate as a dragon to try and run this to get around fairies. It was a damage threshold thing? Ah, okay, okay. I'll have you know, I came to Japan so I could be all Pikachu all the time. I think in the background of Weebjail's videos, there's a Pikachu. And in the video I just uploaded, the real life RPG video, there's also a Pikachu in the background, but it's not mine. Because we filmed it on a set. And by set, I mean my friend's apartment. Okay. I think that's enough for Iron Tail. Iron Tail, Okay. Lock on. Geez, you've turned off your targeting computer. Is something wrong? Yeah, this move sucks. That's what's wrong. It's awful. It's awful. I'm gonna put it below Foresight. I'm gonna put it below Fury Cutter. I guess we'll do Mind Reader at the same time because they're functionally identical. So, what do Lock On and Mind Reader do? So, they make your next attack a guaranteed hit. That doesn't sound that bad until you start to think about when you would actually try and use this. So, Lock On Lock on only works against your current target. So if you lock onto your opponent and your opponent switches, well, you just wasted a turn, right? Okay, well, that's a little confusing. So if you lock onto your opponent, presumably next you're going to try and hit them with a really low accuracy move, like, say, Dynamic Punch or Zap Cannon. But your opponent can just switch because they know you just locked on, right? And if they switch, Lock On and Mind Reader get negated. You could try and lock on and then use a one-hit KO move, but here's the thing. Any move that deals enough damage is a one-hit KO move. So just skip this weird step of trying to set up and just attack them. Bad. So bad. I really can't think of a scenario where your best course of action is to actually lock on or use Mind Reader. Like, I mean, if you use Mind Reader on your opponent, they're going to be thinking, what a doofus. Who uses Mind Reader? Awful. Okay, did I miss anything? I have a copy of Hey You Pikachu in Japanese. Oh, I didn't know it was the Japanese. Do the voice commands also change in Japanese? Oh, he does, because he knows the difference between Denki Shock and Juman Boruto? Oh, interesting. I'm guessing if you say Thunder Shock or Thunderbolt, he just doesn't listen. Moves outclassed by abilities for 200. Hey, less than for No Guard. That was 400, right? But cheese my anime fantasy. I had a cousin that cheesed me with Mind Reader Sheer Cold Articuno back when we were like 10 years old. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, apparently... So, the biggest combo with this is Mind Reader Sheer Cold Articuno. And apparently someone in the chat got destroyed by that when they were 10. So, it's not an 8-year-old strategy. You can even use it on 10-year-olds. Incredible. Bad. Yeah, bad. Okay, next. Mach Punch. Gotta go first. Good move. Yeah, 40 base power, priority fighting type move. Pretty good. Priority moves are incredibly powerful. Fighting is a really good offensive typing. So being able to move first with a fighting type move is something you would consider doing, even if it's only 40 base power. Why in the world doesn't Machamp learn this? I wish I knew. Extra tasty if you've got Technician, say on Breloom. Very good move. Very good move. I used to call this Match Punch because I didn't know it was actually pronounced Mach. But Match Punch would have been a fire priority move. Why don't we have a fire type priority move yet? Game Freak, please. And hey, it's a fighting type move. And hey, this is a punch. So if you have Iron Fist, gets a boost. Nice. I would argue this is meta-defining. Mach Punch? No? I should work for Game Freak. Match Punch coming in Gen 9. Most of the Pokemon who learn it are pretty slow too, aren't they? Yeah. Fighting types on general are actually kind of slow, and most Mach Punch users are actually fighting types. Yeah, Conkeldurr uses this to destroy you. They should turn Flame Wheel into a 40 base power priority move. That would be cool. Yeah, I think this is a fine placement for Mach Punch. Pretty good. Great. Magnitude. So, Magnitude. You can sort of think of this as, the leftovers of an Earthquake. Earthquake, incredibly good. Leftovers, incredibly good. Magnitude, not that good. It's a filler move. It's an RNG Fiesta, right? You can go Magnitudes 1 to 10. Magnitude 10 is actually stronger than Earthquake, but you're not going to be seeing it that often. This is pretty much just an early game filler move. But Ground is a really good attacking type, so if you don't have Earthquake, go ahead and use Magnitude. Actually, we're going to move this up a bit. We're going to put it over here. At least it has perfect accuracy. The average result of Magnitude is fine. It's just you'd rather use Earthquake. Any complaints about this placement? I think this is fine for magnitude. Yes, you can use magnitude Geodude for some fun rhymes. I think it's fine for magnitude. Any magnitude jokes? I don't think so. This is fine. Okay. Okay. Mean look. I have no idea why this move stops you from switching out. The Japanese name is also mean look. We'll do this along with spider web because they are the exact same. This thing's pretty bad. Maybe very bottom of niche. Spider web, where is that? I definitely put it. Oh, it's a bug type move. There you go. So the issue with mean look and spider web, it's the same issue that the binding trapping moves have. It's that your opponent can switch before the move actually goes off, right? So if this had like super priority where you actually selected the move and it trapped them before they could switch out, these would be way better. But you select the move, your opponent switches probably to a Pokemon that beats you, and then they get trapped. So what? Well, now you're trapped in there with them. That's not very useful at all. But there are some niche scenarios where maybe they don't switch and you nail them with a surprise mean look or spider web. And hey, they can't switch and you can maybe try and do something funky. The main combo to use with mean look is with Perish Song. But this is super gimmicky niche stuff, not a real strat that you would use if you're trying to win. You might use it if you're trying to make a like highlight video or something. Oh yeah, we will mention that. Um, so the main combo with this, which was not a joke, was Mean Look Perish Song back when you could actually baton pass the trap of Mean Look. That was really useful. But you can't quite do that anymore, so it's mostly just like a gimmick where, well, your opponent will certainly be surprised if you try to use this on them. I think that's good for Mean Look and Spiderweb. Anything else to add? Use it with Ghost Curse so they can't switch out. Just attack them, bro. Mean Look and Roar on the Gen 3 roaming dogs made people sad for those. The dog roaring would take it out of the game entirely, like despawn them. Uh-oh. We should probably mention that as well, right? So, you might think that these moves might be useful for catching the roaming legendaries. I'll stop them from running away, except they can still roar, which ends the battle. And if they roar, not only do they disappear from the battle, they disappear from the game. Bugged. Well, there we go. I think that's everything then that to mention about those moves. Okay. Oh, in Gen 3 only? Okay. I'll just put a note about that. Okay. Mega Horn. Pincer in shambles. Signature move of Heracross in Generation 2, and it has since been given to quite a few Pokemon with horns, but not Pincer, even though it has two, sort of. 120 base power. Wow. Decent enough accuracy, I believe, at 85. Unfortunately, it's a bug type move. But aside from that, really good. Definitely a staple move. I think we'll put it about here-ish. Yeah. Because Bug is such a lackluster attacking type, you would very rarely run this for coverage. You mostly use this if you're a Bug type Pokemon that wants to Mega Horn things. So, Heracross, or like Pandora. What's its English name? Scolipede. Scolipede. I don't think there's much else to say about this. Like, the numbers on the move are really good, but unfortunately it's a Bug type move. Like, Pandora is the Japanese name of Scolipede. I don't know why. I don't know what it means. Oh, Escavalier also likes it, yeah. I think that's pretty easy, right? That's it for Mega Horn. Milk drink best move. Don't jump the gun yet. All right. Metal Claw. I think the main use of this move is talking about Fire Red Leaf Green Charmander versus Onix. Because people are like, oh, Charmander gets Metal Claw, so now it beats Onix. You're probably still better off using Ember. This is going to be one of the main points of an upcoming video, Slow Bro Science, where we talk about the super effective Swindle and how people overvalue super effective moves. Metal Claw itself is fine, very lackluster base power, has a chance to raise your attack, not really worth it. Sounds like a filler move to me. Honestly, I think it's better than Iron Tail, because at least this move actually hits. Ugh. There you go. Anything else about Metal Claw? I don't think so. Yeah, Metal Claw's best use is against Brock and Fire Red Leaf Green, and it's not even that good there, so. Filler move. Okay. Milk Drink. One of the weirdest moves conceptually, because presumably you're drinking your own milk, right? How does that heal you? What in the world? Well, aside from, that aspect of the move, it's really good, right? It's a reliable recovery move. Heals half your HP. Amazing. You would use this for sure. Staple. I believe it's exactly the same as Recover. It's just that different Pokemon learn Milk Drink. Different Pokemon meaning Miltank. Really, this is the signature move of Miltank and also Young Link, who they should rework. He should use the masks. Come on. Oh, okay. Go-Goat also gets it. I guess goat milk is also a thing. It is better than Recover because it is called Milk Drink. Okay. We may as well also talk about the other healing moves introduced in this generation. There's 3. So we got Moonlight. We've got Synthesis. And we've got Morning Sun. Oh, yes. We should mention that about... Okay, hang on. We'll redo that. And we'll just put these at the top so they're easier to do. Milk Drink can also be used outside of battle, like Soft Boiled, to share your HP with other Pokemon. But, I mean, that's not really that useful. You can use Miltank as sort of an HP battery, but just use, like, potions, bro. They're not that expensive. Or use Moo Moo Milk. Comes in an item form. And we may as well also talk about the Milk Drink adjacent moves, the other recovery moves added in this generation. There's 3 of them. So we've got Morning Sun. We've got Moonlight. And we've got synthesis. So these are almost all identical, but there's some differences. So synthesis is not affected by time of day. Morning sun and moonlight are. In Gen 2, these moves were kind of crap because they were a quarter health recovery. Unless it was morning for morning sun, at which point it gave you 2/3. Or nighttime for moonlight, in which case it gave you 2/3 health. And if it was sunny, that's where these moves start to actually have similarities, because they interact with weather. So synthesis was just a quarter HP, but if it was sunny, you got 2/3. And if it was any other weather, you got reduced healing. And morning sun and moonlight past Gen 2 no longer interact with time of day because they removed time of day for a while. Why? And morning sun gave you... So then morning sun and moonlight then became functionally identical. In sunny weather, you get 2/3 of your health. In other weather, you get a quarter of your health. And if there's no weather, you just get half your health. So they buffed the baseline recovery to make it in line with just standard recovery moves. All of these conditions, overall, I would say, just make it worse than milk drink or recover or slack off. Because you'd rather just have 50% consistently. Which is what these moves are most of the time. But sun is one of the less prominent weathers. So you're going to be getting reduced recovery more often than not. That's a lot of like word salad. I think I can edit that together into something that makes sense. They also have less PP than the other healing moves, which is a real downside. The reason why I think Moonlight restores more even during sunny day is because the Japanese name of sunny day is closer to just clear skies. So I guess in those clear skies, you would then also be able to see the moon better. I think that's everything for these. Of the recovery moves affected by weather, these are basically interchangeable, but I'm putting synthesis first because you can say photosynthesis as you use it, which is kind of fun. Roost is better? Yeah, Roost is probably the best of all the recovery moves, but we're not there yet. I think that's everything. I might have gotten some of the numbers wrong on the recovery. I hope not. The best recovery move is Shore Up? That's not better than Roost. Roost is OP. Okay, I think that's it. Mirror Coat. It's special type counter. I thought this was in Gen 1, but I guess not. Yeah, sure. You would use this sometimes. Obviously, excellent on Wobbuffet with Shadow Tag. But if you predict your opponent to use a special move and you Mirror Coat them, they're probably dead. Sure. Seems good. I don't know where we put counter in Gen 1. Do we put counter in staples? I think we did. It's the exact same as counter, but special moves. Where did we put Mirror Coat in Gen 1? Or where did we put counter in Gen 1? I think bottom of, like, low staples, right? Okay. I think that's it for Mirror Coat. Great. Alright. Mud Slap. Here's mud in your eye. Not quite pocket sand. Overall, just a better sand attack, because, hey, it's sand attack that does damage. Very little damage, only 20, but I mean, it's something. Faulkner gives you this. That's the first gym, so you can probably get some use out of that. And I mean, ground is a really useful attacking type, even if it's only 20 base power. So I think that's a filler move, right? Go ahead and put it in the bottom. Here you go. It's okay. I'd rather use Bone Rush, I guess, but Mud Slap is far easier to actually get. And hey, lowering your opponent's accuracy is actually pretty useful. Very important for several cheese strats that you might want to do. So hey, here you go. Mud Slap. Better sand attack. You just gotta dampen the sand so it turns into mud. Sure. Alright. Nightmare. Inflicts 25% damage per turn. Wow. If your opponent is asleep. Yeah, this is very tricky to use. It's basically just bad Dream Eater, and Dream Eater is not good. uh, I mean, Darkrai's Bad Dreams is half as strong as Nightmare, but it's also passive, right? You don't have to spend a move slot and a turn on it. This Nightmare, I mean, not worth your time. If it was on Elm Street, this thing would be pretty strong, but you have to actually put your opponent to sleep. You have to then use Nightmare, and your opponent has to stay in until this ends up doing relevant damage to them. It basically equates to doing 25% HP on the turn you use it to a sleeping Pokemon. After all that setup, I don't think so. I mean, we'll put it in the top of useless, I guess, because you're doing at least 25% damage, but you're comboing this. Like, just do something else, bro. If you have a free turn from your opponent being asleep, are you going to apply Nightmare? No. Moves outclassed by ability for 1,000. Most difficult. Do Jeopardy categories even go up to 1,000? No, they go up to 500, right? Punish your opponent using rest. I guess, but you can probably punish them more by just doing something else. There's better things you can do with your free cat. Oh, they go to 1,000? Oh, okay. Oh, I guess I'm not a big Jeopardy fan, I guess. Increments of 200. Oh, okay. But there is a 500 category, right? 2,000 double Jeopardy. Well, that doesn't count. That's double Jeopardy. Okay. Also, spelling Jeopardy? That's a true nightmare. I can never do that. Alright. Octazooka! One of the coolest names for a Pokemon move. Unfortunately, very mediocre. This is basically Boomerang status, right? We put Boomerang at the top of filler outclass. Like, the move itself is fine, right? It's basically a slightly weaker Surf that's not quite fully accurate, but it has a chance to drop your opponent's accuracy. Just use Surf, bro. Just use Surf. But if you want to, you could use Octazooka. Use it for a research task in Pokemon Legends Arceus. I think that's true. I'm not going to check, because that's how little I care about Octazooka. Any words in defense of Octazooka? Cool name. At least Boomerang has legit merits. Octazooka is just worse. It's base power 65? No, it's not. I'm checking that. It's not that weak. Let me check. Octazooka! Oh, it is 65. Okay. Guys, I disregard everything I just said. It's 65 base power, so it's actually... Well, actually, its placement doesn't change, but it's significantly worse than what I just said. Just use Surf, bro. I'm actually going to put it a little bit lower because you're never actually using this, right? There we go. There's Octazuka. We're out of ammo. Oh boy. Outrage, baby. We're gonna rage all the way up to meta defining. Wow, our first actual damaging move? That's not hidden power, I guess. In meta defining. This move is outrageous. It used to kind of suck. So in Gen 2, I think it was only 90 base power. And it was special, as all dragon moves were. And then starting in Gen 4, get ready. Get ready. 120 base power. How many dragons have smashed your dreams with outrage? A lot. Japanese Japanese meaning? Okay, yeah. So the Japanese name is really cool. It's Gekirin, which means... Oh, okay. So the Japanese name of this move is really cool. So it's Gekirin, which references a scale on a dragon that grows in backwards and causes the dragon to become enraged because it like really hurts. Yeah, this move is so strong they made the fairy type because it was completely out of control. Yeah, absurd. Anytime past Gen 4 on a physical dragon, prepare to get destroyed. Disgusting. Obviously, it has a drawback, right? If after 2 to 3 turns, you're locked in, and after 2 to 3 turns, so I mean, it does have a drawback, right? Last either 2 to 3 turns, you're locked in, can't switch moves, and you get confused. Thankfully, if they switch in a fairy type, you're not just stuck outraging in vain. You can actually switch out, but the drawback is well worth it. If you don't actually resist outrage, you're probably about to die. If you do resist it, you're probably about to take massive damage. Great move. Yeah, Gen 5 before the Weather Wars was literally buff dudes on dragons. It was fighting types to kill your steel types, and after that, you just spammed outrage until you won. It was so dumb. What does the calculator say about its BP? I assume I'm supposed to do an over 9,000 thing here, but it's 120 BP. Outrage is way stronger than Draco Meteor. Mostly because you can set up with Outrage, right? You Dragon Dance, then you Outrage, and the battle's over. Whereas you use Draco Meteor to take pot shots. Like, really strong pot shots, but Outrage is what actually loses you the game if you get hit by it. I mean, Draco Meteor is really good, but Outrage is better. I think Draco Meteor is top of staples. Outrage is meta defining. Yeah, you're not sweeping anything with Draco Meteor. Outrage destroys the opponent's team once it's set up. Like the whole match, what you're trying to do is create an opening to press Outrage and win. Outrage is meta defining for sure. Pain Split. Really cool move. So it's a recovery move, kinda very tricky to use. So it averages the HP of you and your opponent. And it doesn't average percentage. It actually averages the HP number. So the less HP you have, the stronger this is. This is mostly used on ghost types, and ghost types tend to actually have very low base HP. So Pain Split tends to be kind of good on them. Blissey hates this move. It's cool. I would much rather just have a recovery move, but if you don't, you can probably make do with Pain Split. If you're smart about how you use it. So I do like how it kind of rewards you that way. And Gengar even can use this on like sub Pain Split sets, which is one of the only ways it can even hope to try and beat Blissey. Really cool move. Outrage is, what is this? I think Outrage has the same predictability issues as Hyper Beam. No, because Outrage keeps doing the damage, right? Outrage, like, there's no comparison between Outrage and Hyper Beam. Pain Split also combos well with Nightshade since you know exactly how much HP your opponent has. Oh, yeah. I guess if you're a Team Galactic brain, using Pain Split also tells you exactly how much your opponent, or I guess so, if you're a real Galactic brain, you can calculate exactly how much HP your opponent has left after a Pain Split. Generally, you don't actually need to do that, though. People are still fighting about Outrage. I think that's it for Pain Split. Perish Song. Interesting effect. So after you use Perish Song, all Pokemon that actually hear the song, so they don't have soundproof, will faint in 3 turns. And one of those turns is the turn that Perish Song was used on. So you use Perish Song, and then at the end of 2 more turns, all Pokemon that heard it faint. That's pretty specific. You mainly combo this with like a trapping move to make sure they can't escape, because you can switch out before the Perish Song ends, but your opponent can't, assuming you actually pull off the trap and perish. That is a lot of setup, and a lot of stuff has to go correct. Right, you have to actually trap a Pokemon that can't kill you before the Perish Song counts down. Very, very tricky to use. But hey, it does have a use. I won't quite call it useless. And on VGC, it affects all Pokemon on the field, so the scale of the effect is much greater. In VGC, it might have more of a use there, but even there, it's still like very, very gimmicky. Absolutely meta-defining in the brilliant Daipa live stream challenge run meta when you want to style on Cynthia's Garchomp with Cricketune. I still got a copyright claim. But it wasn't on the Perish Song. It was on the theme. YouTube, please. Cynthia's theme. I think that's it for Perish Song. Perish Song is Destiny Bond with extra setup. I think they're very different. Destiny Bond overall is much better because it's just, well, I guess, yeah, it's less setup. A lot less setup. Fell Stinger on Cricketune. Mods, I've had enough of this. Stop telling me about Fell Stinger Cricketune. Okay. Powder Snow. This one is really nice and straightforward. It's the Icy Wind at home. No speed drop, it's just a 40 base power ice move. Use them to get something better. Sure. I guess we'll put it above Octazooka, because you might actually use this. Cute name. Powder Snow. Sounds fun. Let's frolicking in Powder Snow. Present. Well, there's no time like the present to read the entry for what present does. Not to find out how good it is. I mean, we know this is absolute garbage. What's the opposite of Amazon Prime? Present. P. There we go. So it's the signature move of Delibird, so you know we're in trouble. 15 PP, 90 accuracy. Here we go. Pretty long entry. Gen 2, present can either deal damage against the target or heal it for a quarter of its maximum HP. If present deals damage, then the base power of present is chosen at random from 40, 80, or 120. And apparently there's a glitch you can do with this using trade battles in... And apparently there's a glitch you can do with this in link battles in gold and silver. So it's bad, but it's not even bad properly. Yikes. Awful. Up to 53 viewers? Really? Hey, welcome everybody. Hope you're enjoying. Please subscribe to Imported Cheese Fresh. We have to get up to monetization, guys, so we can get our emojis back. In the meantime, Budget Onyx is in the chat. I swear it's niche. I mean, if you're using pure meme, it's pretty good in that. Blissey uses it in Gen 2. I'm interested to hear this argument. Yes, this is Imported Cheese Fresh. We're going to keep all of the live streams sequestered here. That's a big word. And we'll upload the premium edits to the main channel. For an actual like numerical analysis of present, the average result is just going to be far worse than return. And the disaster fail case is you actually heal your opponent. So this present, hey, you should probably return it. That's a good ending. It ignores user's attack stat and deals damage off opponent's type instead of defense. So Blissey can Oko Raiko with a high roll present. What in the world? Okay, well now I gotta read this effect. Oh, because of the glitch. Okay. We'll talk about it in gold glitches, I guess. After green glitches finishes. In, like, 2 years. Alright, so, okay. We will talk about the actual insanity that is the damage calculation of the present glitch. So, you'll see a graphic in the premium edit showing how it actually works, but I'll read it out. In Gold and Silver, and any link battle with either of them, a glitch causes the level, attack, and defense variables of the damage formula to be replaced. The attack will be replaced with 5 if the target is rock or steel type, or 10 otherwise. The level will be based on the index number of the defending Pokemon's type, and the defense will be based on the index number of the attacking Pokemon's type. If a Pokemon has 2 types, its secondary type will be used. All of that apparently means that if you Giga High Roll, you can one-shot Raiko with a present from Blissey. I'm still putting this in useless, okay? But it's pretty funny. There we go. So there's justice for the niche usage. Green glitches will finish after Half-Life 3 comes out. The releases aren't that infrequent, guys. The last one was what? December? But I did a full glitch episode between then and now. I did the Galactic Glitches episode. It was even longer than a Green Glitches episode. That was, I think, a fine video. And I still make edited videos in between. The next major release probably will be Green Glitches 9, though, because my channel is dying. Susan, please subscribe. Okay, I think that's it for present. Psych Up. Niche of niche. So, Psych Up copies the target's stat changes. Generally, you don't want to do this to your opponent. You want to do this to your ally in doubles after they set up? I mean, there's probably better things you could be doing, but if you're doing something cute or fun, maybe you can use this for that. We'll put it not quite in useless. Put it at the bottom of niche. How about that? Thanks for watching my videos. I'm glad you like them. Oh yeah. A use of this dimension would be if Baton Pass was allowed and your opponent did a zillion boosts, you could then steal all of them. That was cool. And you used to be able to swagger Psych Up, but swagger has been banned. We'll talk about that soon. I think that's enough for Psych Up. Okay. Next. Pursuit. What's that behind you? It's a meta-defining move! Whoa! You wouldn't think so, because it's just a 40 base power dark move? I mean, that seems pretty piddling. But Pursuit has a very, very important property that no other move has. Which is that it has a weird sort of priority? I don't know what you'd call it, but basically, it's the only move that actually hits your opponent as they switch out. And it even gets stronger if they try to switch out. It goes up to 80 base power. So this is really the only true trapping move. Because there are many situations where if you have Pursuit against your opponent, they're done. They are trapped. Because if they stay in, they die. And if they switch out, they die. And there's lots of ways to mitigate the fail case of it only being 40 base power if your opponent stays in. So ways to get around that are, say, Technician, Choice Band. Whoa, what's a Pokemon that loves Technician and Choice Band? Scizor. Really loves Pursuit. Being Tyranitar, you get really good use out of this because you have such massive attack that your opponent might just die if they stay in anyway. Weavile also can use this. Incredibly powerful. Knowing 100% that your opponent is dead, cutting off their escape routes with Pursuit, incredibly powerful. For whatever reason they removed this in Gen 8. I have no idea why. This is honestly the most baffling to me. Most of the removed moves in Gen 8 were either signature moves or just like really confusing, like hidden power, right? I don't know why they got rid of Pursuit. Who's responsible for this? If you're a ghost or psychic type, you're really sad about Pursuits. Why did they remove Signal Beam? I don't know. That's pretty strange as well. Anything else to say about Pursuit? I think we covered most of it. Really good move. Is it actually a programming issue? I know it caused the acid rain thing in Gen 4, but that can't really be why they removed it. Yeah. Pursuit is the most interesting move for singles metagame, yeah. Pursuit is also incredibly skill testing. Because you have to know whether or not your opponent is going to switch out to get maximum use out of it. Beautiful move, really great. RIP, I miss it. Okay. Rain Dance. I guess we'll also do Sunny Day and even Sandstorm. Sandstorm was introduced in this generation. So Rain Dance is definitely the best out of the weather setting moves. I think I'm actually going to put it in Staples. We'll put it here-ish because there are teams completely built around Rain Dance. It's a very powerful effect. So Rain increases water type moves by 50%, reduces fire type moves by 50%, makes thunder perfectly accurate, and also activates a whole host of rain adjacent abilities like hydration, or most relevant, swift swim. The most important thing about Rain Dance is that the power, or I guess the most important thing about Rain Dance is that the moves that it boosts, water type moves, those are also the Pokemon that actually have Swift Swim. So you double dip on the benefit, and of course, water itself is just a really good type. All of that combines to make Rain, I'd say, the most powerful of these weather effects. So powerful, you would actually use it, and not just use Drizzle. Excellent. Sunny Day is not quite as good, and you know I'm not biased because I really like Charizard. Sunny Day not quite as good because it sort of splits the benefits of the weather between types. So Sunny Day increases the power of fire type moves by 50%, reduces the power of water type moves by 50%, but then it boosts the speed of chlorophyll Pokemon. But it doesn't actually make them move stronger. It lets them use Solar Beam, I guess, but you also get completely wrecked if the weather changes, which it might, because if you're even using weather, you're probably in some sort of weather meta. And if the weather changes before Solar Beam goes off, you're now stuck charging a weaker Solar Beam. What a disaster. Ugh. Sunny Day overall not as good as Rain Dance, but hey, you would still actually use the move Sunny Day and try to win with your Sun team, maybe. Sandstorm. You're just gonna have to imagine the Darude Sandstorm background music because I don't want to get copyright claims. Sandstorm is actually way, way worse, and I'm talking about the move itself. I actually... Has anybody used the move Sandstorm ever? I don't think so. Like, the thing is that sand is really prominent, but not because anybody actually uses the move Sandstorm. It's just that the Pokemon that have the ability Sandstream are Giga Chads. It's Tyranitar, who is everywhere, and Hippowdon, who is not Tyranitar, but I mean, who is? It's still really good. The Pokemon that have Sandstream are just so ubiquitous that sand is everywhere. I don't think anybody in the history of Pokemon has ever actually equipped a Smooth Rock and used the move Sandstorm to activate Sandstorm. Because the effect of Sandstorm is actually kind of minor. It's just 6% damage a turn, unless you're a Rock, Ground, or Steel type. That's really not worth it. I guess it also boosts the special defense of Tyranitar by 50%. It's all rock types, so really it's Tyranitar. That's not worth building a whole team around. But if you have Tyranitar and Excadrill, and Sandrush isn't banned, I guess you're making a sand team. Other than that, it's just a nice, like, passive benefit from your Sandstream Pokemon. You're never actually setting up a sand team and using Sandstorm. Oh, I guess Gigalith also has Sandstream, but he's no Hippowdon. He's definitely no Tyranitar. Honestly, even... Well, no, you wouldn't use Hail. Hail is Gen 3. Which is maybe why they made Glacia an Elite Four member. Because her whole thing is that she uses Hail and then loses. Sandstorm does allow for the strongest special rock type move with Weather Ball. That's something. But yeah, you can do that with Sandstream. You're never actually... Sandstorm is just not strong enough to actually justify using the move Sandstorm. You just see Sandstorm because the Sandstream Pokemon are really good. Okay. I think that's it for the weather moves. Does everybody agree with this? Okay. Alright. Rapid Spin. What's an adage of gaming that everybody knows? You gotta spin to win, baby. And I guess we gotta go fast, because it's a rapid spin. Rapid spin, meta-defining, baby. Really good. A lot to talk about with this move. So, the actual, like, numbers on the move, not very impressive, right? 20 base power, normal move. who cares? But the damage is very much an afterthought. The main effect of Rapid Spin is that it clears the field of I was going to say it clears the field of Rapid Spin. The main effect of Rapid Spin is that it clears the field of entry hazards. And unlike Defog, which is a lot more sort of... Okay. And unlike Defog, which has much better distribution and is easy to use, Rapid Spin is not symmetrical. Defog removes all entry hazards. Rapid Spin only clears entry hazards from your side of the field. So, pure upside. It's just better than Defog. The issue is that Rapid Spin can be blocked by ghost types because Rapid Spin is a normal type move and it has to actually connect to have the clearing effect. You have Pokemon whose entire role is Rapid Spinner, and Pokemon whose entire role is Spin Blocker if they're a ghost type. So that should tell you a bit about how important Rapid Spin is. I kind of fell off once Defog showed up, but it's still really good. Yeah. Rapid Spin has actually been buffed in Gen 8. It's now 50 base power, and it raises your speed by 1 stage. Most Rapid Spinners don't actually care about this because they don't really care about attacking. But hey, Excadrill appreciates the buff, as if it needed it. And I guess we'll talk about Beyblade a bit. I mean, Rapid Spin. Let it rip. Rapid Spin also has a bonus effect that it frees you from trapping moves, such as Wrap Bind. And it also removes Leech Seed, but, I mean, that's not why you're running Rapid Spin. It just also does that. 0 out of 10, not Earthquake. Why would Excadrill use it? I know you're joking, but, I mean, Excadrill is so strong that it may as well run Rapid Spin as well, right? Because for most spin blockers, or for most Rapid Spinners, they're not really attackers, but Excadrill, if you try to spin block it, it's just going to kill you. So, pretty good Rapid Spinner. Yeah, Rapid Spin's really good. Like, to understand how good Rapid Spin is, you have to also understand how good entry hazards are. We're going to talk about that soon. Oh yeah, we do have to talk about that. According to the Beyblade lore, Moses used Rapid Spin to clear the entry hazards between Egypt and Sinai. We'll put a clip of that in the premium edit. Thank you. Alright. Rock Smash. Recently used by Will Smith, just to keep things topical. Very filler. Very filler. It's, what, like 40 base power fighting type move? And has a chance to lower the opponent's defense, which is nice. That's a little upside, but the base power is just way too weak. Because this is an HM, you're going to have it in your bags. You're able to use it on whatever Pokemon you want. You might consider using it if you have no other options, but once you do, you'll just use those. I wouldn't call it a staple. But hey, you could do worse than Rock Smash, right? Look at all this stuff that's worse than Rock Smash. There you go. Oh, it used to be 20 base power. That was real crap, but I think it's 40 now, which is like, yeah, whatever. Okay, so we covered the base power buff. I think that's everything for Rock Smash, right? Okay. Can't even use it to fight Onyx and Ronks. You find mostly, what, Geodudes and Shuckles, right? 50% defense drop? Yeah, I think I mentioned that. Okay, next. Sacred Fire. What a move. Absolutely cracked. Insane. So Aeroblast goes in Pokemon Homeless because it's a really good move that Lugia doesn't use. Sacred Fire is going at the very bottom of meta defining. This move is ridiculous. This move is so strong. 100 base power, 100 accuracy with upside. What's the upside? 50% chance to burn. Absurd. Pretty much any fire type would love to have this. If you're running Ho-Oh, you're using Sacred Fire. This thing is so good, you might actually consider using Entei. So, Flareon finally gets some justice, but it had to literally die in a fire and then become the worst legendary beast for quite a while until they decided to give it the newly buffed Sacred Fire. Ridiculous move. Ridiculous. This would be higher up if more Pokemon actually got it. But yeah, if you can learn Sacred Fire, you are using it 1000%. Holy moly. Holy is right. Sacred Fire. I think that's pretty clear cut. There we go. Safeguard. Not quite protect. So Safeguard applies, I think, a veil to your team. That's how they describe it. That prevents your team from being afflicted by status for 5 turns. Way worse than Aurora Veil. It's just not a very relevant effect. You'd rather just use Heal Bell. So Safeguard, I think, will be like bottom of niche. Definitely more useful in doubles where this simply affects more Pokemon. But very rarely in singles would you be like, I need to use Safeguard to shield my team from status. You would just use Heal Bell to remove status after the effect, because you don't have that 5-turn time limit on Heal Bell or whatever. It's not very good. But it does do something, right? It's not quite useless. I just don't think it's worth using. Safeguard. Anything in defense of Safeguard? You can use Safeguard to cheese Lovrina in XT? Didn't know that. Alright. Shadow Ball. Has a fun description. I think it hurls like a shadowy blob at the opponent. That sounds pretty fun. So, Shadow Ball. I mean, it's the go-to ghost move. Probably the best ghost move overall, right? Just based on the history of Pokemon. Ghost used to be a physical type until Gen 4. Figure that one out. A type that's literally about phasing through things was physical? What were they thinking? But if you were special attacking Ghost type nowadays, you're probably running Shadow Ball, aren't you? And before the physical special split, when this was a physical move, there were plenty of Pokemon that actually ran this for coverage. Like Snorlax would do it. That's really good move. Pretty much the definition of a solid, reliable move. 80 base power, 100 accuracy, chance to drop special defense. Sounds pretty good. And since the Steel nerf in Gen 6, Ghost has become an outrageous coverage type. Completely perfect neutral coverage when paired with fighting, except for Hisuian Zoroark, who is not in a mainline game yet. Really good move. A consideration for any special attacker that can learn it. Oh. And yeah, somebody brought up, it did actually lower special defense, even when it was a physical move. Just very strange decisions just very strange decisions all around. Okay, great. That was pretty easy. Sketch. This is the reason why I made Pokemon homeless, because how do you evaluate this? So Sketch is... I can't say literally every move, because you can't sketch Chatter, which is why we have Chatters with us in the video. What a good joke. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I don't know how you evaluate Sketch. It's basically how good is Smeargle. I mean, it's kind of okay. Being able to learn every single move, that's really useful. Useful enough to offset the abysmal stats of Smeargle, but as a move, I mean, is Pokemon homeless, right? How do we evaluate this? It's every move except Chatter. And Dark Void, I guess. I can't learn Dark Void either. But after the nerf, would you want to? Oh. F's in chat for Dark Void. Completely mutilated. D. It's just Mimic? Where do we put Mimic? No, it's way better than Mimic. It's way better than Mimic. Because Mimic only lets you temporarily select from one of your opponent's moves, is what it used to do. Now it just copies the last move they used, but Sketch is permanent. You set it up ahead of time, so you never actually use Sketch in a battle. You use whatever move you sketched, like last battle. Oh, and Sketch can't use Hyperspace Fury either. Okay. Sleep Talk. This might actually be the most Gen 2 move of all time. More so than even Typeless Curse. So if you weren't there for Gen 2 competitive, consider yourself lucky. Cause it was literally a snooze fest. Everybody had rest. Everybody had Sleep Talk. Because back in Gen 2, if you hit rest with Sleep Talk while you were asleep, you would heal back to full. And because of the way EVs worked, it was everybody had full EVs. Everything was super bulky. Nothing ever died. Oh my god. Some people liked that. It wasn't for me. I think it wasn't for most people. So, Sleep Talk, since it got nerfed in Gen 3, where if you Sleep Talk rest, it now just does nothing. It's been demoted to very much a niche move. You would never run Sleep Talk without rest, because you can't know if you're going to be put to sleep. So you'd only run this if you know you're going to be asleep, because you slept yourself with rest. So Crocoon is a set that uses this. I think it's named after like a player that had Crow in their name, and he used Suicune. It was like rest, sleep talk, calm mind, surf, Suicune, and that was pretty good. So in Gen 2, yeah, literally meta defining, but since then, very much niche. I think in honor of how it absolutely dominated Gen 2, we're going to go ahead and put it near the top of niche. You can still use it nowadays. It's not like a complete joke, but there's better things you could be doing in general. It'll be a high niche move overall. Sleep Talk, literally putting people to sleep with the most boring battles ever. Anything else about Sleep Talk? Why was it good in Gen 2? Because in Gen 2, if you used sleep... Well, why was it good in Gen 2? I think we just said why, right? Because everybody was really bulky because of the EV system. And if you used Sleep Talk to hit rest, you actually healed to full instead of it just failing and doing nothing. Okay. Sludge Bomb. Unfortunately, it's a poison type move, but the move itself is fine. We're going to put it... I think it's actually worse than Return. We're going to put it below Curse as well. Yeah, we're going to put it below the weather effects. We're going to put it below the recovery moves. Hang out with Mega Horn. So, Sludge Bomb, it's a fine move, right? Perfectly accurate. I believe 80 base power, 30% chance to inflict poison. Special poison move. If you add Bomb to the Sludge, it gets quite a bit better. And it's on a TM that has decent distribution. Definitely massively buffed by the inclusion of fairies, because before then, why would you ever use a poison move? Now you might actually destroy some fairies, which is actually quite relevant. Cool move. I think you would rather use Sludge Wave if you can learn Sludge Wave, but more Pokemon learn Sludge Bomb, so Sludge Bomb probably is overall, in the history of Pokemon, the best poison attacking move. It's alright. Unfortunately, Poison's just not a very good attacking type. A lot of people I know actually know Sludge Bomb. I better stay away from them. Yeah, Sludge Bomb has a 30% chance to poison, while Sludge Wave has only 10%, but you're not using Sludge Bomb for the poison chance. Very often, you don't actually want to poison your opponent, because normal poison is such a lame status effect. You'd rather inflict burn or Thunder Wave, inflict Thunder Wave, or paralysis. Honestly, the 30% poison chance is kind of a downside. What about Gunk Shot? Gunk Shot's stronger, but it has crap accuracy. It has worse than not perfect. It has garbage accuracy. Literally garbage. But it's still got Greninja Band in Gen 6. And it's physical. It's very different. Alright. Snore. A very cute idea. It's a 40 base power move that you can only use if you're asleep, but you can reliably use it if you're asleep. You don't know if you're going to be asleep unless you inflict sleep on yourself with rest, and if you're doing that, you should just be using Sleep Talk to use one of your other moves that are better than a 40 base power normal move. I think this move is actually useless, but a very fun idea. And Snorlax is a cool Pokemon that I like. So add Lax to the end of Snore and it's pretty good. Just Snore, not the best. My mom knows this move. It's super effective. Not even soundproof mons can stop it. Apparently I snore, but I mean, I don't know that because I'm asleep, right? Oh, I'm sorry. It actually has 50 base power. Doesn't change anything. And a 30% flinch chance? This move is better than I thought. Doesn't change anything. Okay, I think that's it for Snore, right? There we go. Okay. Spark. Physical electric move. 60 base power, 30% paralysis chance. So, quite a bit of upside compared to Thundershock. I think we're actually going to put this ahead of Flame Wheel? It's not bad at all. Plenty of moments in game where your best move is Spark and you're gonna use it, but once you get into the end game or in competitive, just use Thunderbolt or Thunder Punch, I guess, because in terms of physical electric moves, you don't have many options. Electivire in shambles as he has been since he was introduced. Game Freak, please. Where are the good physical electric moves? Bolt Strike doesn't count, okay? Hey, Salamence is here. Salamence, what do you think of Outrage being in meta defining? Was Salander Menace 1 through 3 taken? There were a lot, but they were all exclusive moves. You're talking about physical electric moves, right? Just Bolt Strike and Volt Tackle, right? Just those two? Volt Tackle doesn't count because Pikachu's ass. Oh, Aura Wheel. Aura Wheel is insane. Aura Wheel is honestly like Sacred Fire tier. Too bad it's on Morpeko. Oh, Fusion Bolt as well. But yeah, you would just use Bolt Strike. I guess unless you're Victini. Oh, Plasma Fist. Wow, there's a lot of good physical moves that are electric. Too bad nobody actually learns them. Alright. Zeraora? Is that a Digimon? Alright. Spikes! So, spikes are so good that there's actually an... I gotta redo this, okay. So, spikes! Spikes are so good that there's actually a US TV channel called Spike TV. That's true. And all day, it's just looping footage of layering spikes. 1 layer, 2 layer, 3 layer. Repeat. That's obviously not true, but to be honest, that would be better than the actual programming that runs on Spike TV. Spikes is incredible. Spikes was the very first entry hazard, and it would not be the last, unfortunately. In competitive, specifically in singles, there's a ton of switching, right? The Nintendo Switch started in Pokemon. You switch all day. It's not cowardice, okay? It's strategy. And being able to tax your opponent for switching is a ridiculously powerful effect. Spikes only went up to 1 layer in Gen 2, just removes 12.5% of your health if you switch in and you're grounded, but starting in Gen 3 you started to be able to layer it. The second layer added another 6%, and the third layer added another 6%, so you lost a quarter of your health just for switching in, but your opponent had to spend 3 turns on it. You can start to see how the math on Stealth Rocks is really unfair from just one usage, whereas with Spikes you have to do it 3 times. But yeah, Spikes incredibly good. Budget Rocks, yeah, I guess. Rocks overall better, but I mean, Rocks might actually be the best move in the history of the game, so. I went out for a nice dinner with my wife and you're still at it. Welcome back. I hope you had fun. It was actually very bad in Gen 2 because 1 layer, healings everywhere, and leftovers and rest. I mean, it wouldn't be Giga OP until the true, like, Spikes meta started in Gen 3. But even in Gen 2, like, you don't mind putting up Spikes. It's real. This move almost made Skarmory viable in Gen 8 OU. Yeah. Spikes penalizing grounded Pokemon directly led to Game Freak trying to counter that by having Stealth Rocks punish flying Pokemon. So I guess I can blame Spikes for Stealth Rock. Bro, Fortress was spiking. And spinning. Spikes is also featured in one of the worst Fire Emblem maps of all time, colloquially referred to as Ninja Hell in Fire Emblem Conquest because, well, it's full of ninjas, and also, okay, well, so the map takes forever because 1, you don't know what to actually do, and 2, you have to open up the dictionary and look up Caltrops. Caltrops is just Spikes. And the answer, by the way, to what to do is, of course, use Xander and Camilla, as it is with every other Conquest map. It's Fire Emblem jokes for you guys. There you go. First one of the stream. But yeah, when I played Ninja Hell, I had to look up what Caltrops were. I didn't know. It's Spikes. I actually, please don't unsubscribe. Fire Emblem Fates Conquest has my favorite gameplay of the entire series. Please don't unsubscribe. In fact, please subscribe to Imported Cheese Fresh. I mean, I don't think anybody's saying that the gameplay of Fates is bad, right? It's just rest of the game. Honestly, most aspects of Fates are good, except the story is so atrocious that people hate it. Understandably so. Slight Fire Emblem tangent. So, I mean, Fire Emblem Awakening is when the anime garbage really started, but the story itself was still fine, right? It was still enjoyable, just a little cheesy. Fire Emblem Fates was really just completely off the rails. The worst story I've ever experienced in a Pokemon. It was so bad, it became a Pokemon game story. Ugh, honestly, worse than any Pokemon story. Horrible. Oh, the petting minigame? That's right, you guys didn't get it, but I have the Japanese version of Fate, so I did actually get to pet my characters. There were so many times during the Fire Emblem Fates playthrough that I had to actually look up the English script because I could not believe what I was reading. It was that bad. Back to Pokemon. Wow, okay, Spite. In the premium edit, you don't know that I just went on like a 5-minute tirade against the story of Fire Emblem Fates, but yeah, Spite. That's the emotion I was feeling. Spite's pretty horrible. Honestly, it's useless. I wouldn't even call it niche. So, Spite reduces the PP of the last move your opponent used by like a random amount between who cares and who cares. I guess I can look it up just so that I can actually tell you the numbers. Spite. Decreases the PP from decreases the PP by 2 to 5. Okay. And in Gen 4 it was buff, so now it always reduces by 4. Okay. So now it's reliably useless. No. No. Okay, people are still angry about Fate. So I'll go back to that, but we'll just finish talking about Spite. Does everybody agree that Spite is useless? This doesn't do anything. Like, this is really only relevant if your opponent has a very low PP move that they just hit you with, and then you can Spite to effectively disable that move. But, like, what? What scenario is this? Are you asleep? Are you in a nightmare? And you're hoping that Spite can help you? It won't. And now we'll see what people are saying about Fire Emblem Fates. Fates definitely deserve to have its protagonist in Smash, right? Oh my god, people were so mad. I was mad. It's way worse than Pokemon stories. Pokemon stories are forgettable. I will never forget Fates' story. It was so bad. Like, I mean, I won't spoil it, but oh my god. It's horrible. Do I think affection changed Pokemon? Affection, do you mean like friendliness or like Gen 6 affection? No, I don't think that Spite is homeless because we know where to rank it. It's useless. I didn't play Fates. What on earth happened? My spoiler-free review of how bad Fates' stories is basically as cookie cutter as you can get without being ridiculous enough to be like so bad it's good. It's just unbelievably cookie cutter. It's so bad. Which version of Fates did I play? All of them, unfortunately. Okay, last thing I'll say about Fates before we move on is if you're looking for a really fun like gameplay experience and you're a Fire Emblem veteran, play Conquest Hard Mode. It's great. If you're looking to get into Fire Emblem and looking for like an easier experience, which is what the Revelations and Birthright paths were billed as, go play Fire Emblem 7 Sacred Stones, okay? Or 8 Sacred Stones. It's awful. Fates is so bad, guys. So bad. And, like, Revelations was as rushed as a Game Freak game. It was insane. There is one chapter where you get both Giga Chad pre-promote, I don't even know his name because I usually kill him for the boots, but Ashura. He's like a level 15 pre-promote, insanely buff. In the same chapter, you get like a level 9 unpromoted Dark Mage. Like, did they play this game? What is going on? It's just a train wreck. That's enough about Fire Emblem Fates. Okay, last thing about Fire Emblem Fates. The Japanese title is Fire Emblem If, which is kind of funny. Because it's supposed to be like, what if I did this and this and this? A very Japanese title. And in English, they're like, wow, that's stupid. Call it Fire Emblem Fates. We might do a Fire Emblem stream someday, because people really like Fire Emblem. I really like Fire Emblem. Fates was solely designed to milk money. Well, they did that. At least they made a good game, gameplay-wise, for a third of it. Oh my god. Revelations, Odin. Please, there's kids in this chat. Don't do it. Okay. Steel Wing. Where did we put Metal Claw? Wow, all the steel moves go together. Steel Wing, it's slightly stronger than Metal Claw? I guess you can put Steel Wing above it. Has a chance to raise your defense, who cares? Honestly, who cares about any of these? Steel was kind of a joke until Bullet Punch Scizor. And then nobody was laughing anymore. But before then, it was just like, wow, why would I ever use these? That's true. I do have a deadline, but we are on track. I will still be okay. But no more Fates. No more. Okay, spite stall strategies. They're bad. They're useless. There you go. There's your spite stall strategy. Bad. You could say that Fates' story is so bad that it's funny. I definitely was laughing a few times. The smallest use for Steelwing was, I guess, Talonflame in Gen 6 if it wasn't annihilating you with Galewing's Brave Bird or Flare Blitz. It might try to tickle you with Steelwing as like a last resort. It's no close combat on Staraptor, we'll say that. There we go. Back to Pokemon. Swagger. Literally banned. Although not for being too good, just for being too RNG. Because it just turns games into a coin flip. So Swagger increases your opponent's attack by 2. Well, why would you want to do that? Because it then also confused them. And if they hit themselves in confusion, hitting yourself in confusion is a 40 base power typeless physical attack. So the boosted attack from Swagger actually affected that. Honestly, this was probably like a low staple move before it got banned. Because unlike Confuse Ray, making your opponent actually wallop themselves was a real thing that you would consider using. But now it's banned. So actually, because it's banned, we might just put it in Pokemon Homeless. But back in the day, you would use this on quite a few Pokemon to hopefully cheese a win. You just get lucky and destroy them. Really obnoxious, so they banned it. Pokemon also taught me the word swagger because I had no idea what it meant. And I had to look it up. I don't know if this directly made them nerf confusion. But I don't think people are upset that confusion is gone. Nobody likes it. It's broken on Thundurus and VGC. Yeah, banned. Alright. Sweet Kiss. It's better than Supersonic, but it's worse than Confuse Ray. And Confuse Ray, not very good. So, Sweet Kiss, where do we put this? It's probably better than Attract. At least it works on everything. There you go. There's Sweet Kiss. Bland Kiss, not very good. I learned Bland from Paper Mario, because you could make an item called Bland Meal or something. I didn't know what Bland meant. I had to look that up. How about we Sweet Kiss this move goodbye? Right, it's not about Sweet Kiss. Pretty easy. I don't think there's anything else to say about this. I'm confused that this move exists? Yeah. Alright. Sweet Scent. So it lowers your opponent's evasion. What? Where's Lock On and Mind Reader? It's literally worse than that. Who cares? This move does nothing. This move does nothing. I guess in Gen 6, if you want to start a Horde battle, you can use Sweet Scent for that. It's pretty useful for that, but that doesn't count in this list, I don't think. Oh, and you can use it to cheat the Safari Zone by getting encounters without taking steps. So the Safari Zone in shambles, as well as any person who actually tries to use this in combat, because it doesn't do anything. There you go. There's Sweet Scent. Why isn't this a grass type move? Okay. I think that's it for Sweet Scent. We are making good time, guys. It's, oh, never mind. It's like 4 hours. Okay. Well, that's not bad. I think Gen 1 was like 6.5 hours. There we go. Thief. Very weird name, right? Because Thief is just a noun? The vast majority of moves are verbs, right? Beat up. Some of them are nouns, but usually like the noun is an attack, right? So Flamethrower is a noun that's an attack, right? Megahorn, I guess you're spearing them with that. Thief. I guess it makes you into a thief? Kind of weird. It would make much more sense as like mug, but maybe that's too violent. So Thief, 40 base power, dark type move, steals your opponent's item. Doesn't work if you actually have an item, you have to actually have no item in order to steal the item. This is probably a niche move. In Gen 2, you would actually use this. You would have no item, and then steal your opponent's leftovers, because that's the item they had. And that's what you did before knockoff. Notably, in-game, this has a special use, because it's much easier to just knock out a wild Pokemon with Thief and maybe steal their held item, rather than just catch them and check if they had a held item, or use a Pokemon that had Frisk to be able to detect if they had a held item. You could just use Thief on a bunch of wild Pokemon if you're farming like Heart Scales or like Metal Coats from Magnemites. Saved you a bit of time on that. That's pretty useful. Anything else about Thief? In Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, you could actually steal from the shopkeeper. And if you did and returned to the shop later, the shopkeeper was not happy about it. This dude is stronger than Gen because he literally hyper beams you to death. And for the rest of the game, your name gets changed to Thief. Everybody refers to you as Thief. Brutal. Don't steal, kids. Don't steal adults either. Okay, I think that's it for Thief. Triple Kick. Triple Axle is actually really good. Triple Kick sucks. Triple Kick, not even once. This thing's horrible, so it's like a multi-hit move, but each hit has an accuracy check, and if every hit connects, you get a 60 base power move. But it's the signature move of Hitmontop, who has Technician. So if every hit connects, you get a 90 base power move. Wow, no, bad, terrible, terrible. Honestly, I don't even know if it's filler outclassed, because would you use this? It's kind of useless. I mean, it does damage eventually, but why would you use this? You have better moves, right? Because if you're Hitmontop, you have better things than Triple Kick. Even Double Kick is better than this. It's crap. Kick it to the curb. Did it not get buffed? I think I checked this last night. We'll check it again. I'm pretty sure this thing's just garbage. Triple Kick. So it's 10 base power, 90 accuracy, but like it gets stronger on each hit. So it's 10 base power, then it's 20 base power, then it's 30 base power. So total of 60. And the chance that you hit all three is a 72.9% chance. So it's basically a 70% chance to hit a 60 base power move. Abysmal. Triple Axle is way better. Way better. Not only is Triple Axle a better typing, I mean, fighting's not bad, but Ice is probably a better offensive typing. It actually just does more damage. Okay. I mean, no complaints about Twister down here. Yeah, Triple Axle is really good. This is not Triple Axle. Oh, we can make a joke out of that. I mean, yeah, Triple Kick is not Triple Axle. Triple Axle is really good. Don't forget about it. In fact, make sure you got it memorized. Finally, I can put Axle in my videos. Okay, there we go. Alright. Twister. The most uncomfortable party game of all time. Does anybody actually like this? I mean, I'm just really inflexible, so this game just makes me really uncomfortable. Twister. 40 base power, special dragon move, but it doubles damage if the opponent's using fly. Bottom of filler. Are there any early game dragons that actually use this? I don't even think so. Because most early game dragons actually get Dragon Rage, and you'd rather just use that. But, I mean, Twister, it does something. I broke my arm once playing Twister. Well, worse memories than me. I only played Twister 2 times. It was awful. I loved playing Twister. Uh-oh. Are there early game dragons? After Gen 6, they started giving you early game dragons. Gumi? I guess Gumi could use this, but Gumi sucks. Honestly, you could argue that this should be in useless because there really aren't that many early game dragons. The ones that you get, they're probably not using Twister. You're probably just using a different dragon move because you're using XP share or something. Bad. Twister's pretty bad. Very bottom of filler. Potentially useless. Alright. Almost there. 3 left. Vital Throw. What a weird name. What's the Japanese name of this? Bagon 8 ain't early game? It kind of is in Gen 7 and 6. They give it to you much earlier than you would expect. I think because once they added fairies, they didn't feel too scared about giving you earlier dragons. Let's see, Vital Throw. What is the Japanese name of this? Atemi Nage. Strike Throw. Okay, well, I don't know where they got Vital from. Alright. Vital Throw. So the Japanese name is Atemi Nage, which is Strike Throw. I don't know where they got Vital from. Whatever. So it's how much base power? I don't even know. I literally just looked this up and I don't know. It's 70 base power. So it's 70 base power and -1 priority. So you will almost always move second when you use this. And in exchange, you get to never miss. Who cares? Filler for sure. Filler for sure. I mean, it's better than Rock Smash. 70 base power is not bad. And most Pokemon that learn this are pretty slow, so you probably weren't going to go first anyway, so the -1 doesn't matter that much. But yeah, you would never use this in a competitive battle. The perfect accuracy is largely irrelevant because most 100% accurate moves hit all the time anyway. Whatever. But I mean, 70 base power fighting move. It's not the worst thing ever. But I wouldn't exactly call it vital. Okay. It's not even a Swift clone, right? Because it's slightly stronger and has negative priority. Negate Sand Attack is meta. Alright. Whirlpool. Brand of dishwashers and washing machines. That might not be true. I think last stream for Gen 1 moves, we described Clamp as Wet Wrap. This is the true Wet Wrap. So trapping moves got massively nerfed in Generation 2. They no longer actually prevent your opponent from acting. It just prevents them from switching. So where do we put Spiderweb and Mean Look? I guess we'll put Whirlpool slightly above that because it's got better distribution. We'll put Whirlpool slightly above that because it's got better distribution. Imperfect accuracy, unfortunately, but hey, it does a little bit of damage, and it does residual damage as well, and that's something. Oh, you can't hear me? What? Did my sound cut out for anybody? Or was it just Lord Remium? Oh, okay. Ah, okay. No problem then. I don't have to redo anything. Honestly, I'm tempted to put this move lower just because it's another annoying HM that does pretty much nothing, but you have to put it on your team. How many water HMs are there? Surf and Waterfall, the ones that are actually good. You gotta use Dive and Whirlpool. You think that's enough? Ugh. Where's the washing machines brand joke? I said it, right? That's it's literally the first thing I said before I actually talked about what the move does. Azumarill Whirlpool Sapsipper Parish song. Okay. You can literally have an entire moveset of water HMs. It's the 8-year-old moveset special. All right, we did it, guys. Last move. Zap Cannon. Amazing name. Sounds cool. 100 base power. Guaranteed paralysis. 50% accuracy. Yikes. Yikes. Honestly, I don't know who actually uses this. You can use Lock On Zap Cannon Magnezone for the memes. Honestly, this might actually go at the top of useless. I don't know anybody who is lucky enough to actually use this consistently. Oh, they buffed it, right. It's 120 base power. But unlike Dynamic Punch, there's no guard user that actually has this. So even though it is stronger than Dynamic Punch, there's just no reliable way to use this. Inferno inflicts a more relevant status. I think Burn is overall stronger than the nerfed Paralysis. And also you can use Inferno for your Demon Slayer Rengoku meme dreams. What does Zap Cannon do? Misses half the time. I'm not going to use a move that misses half the time, even if when it hits, it's actually okay. I think it goes to very top of useless. You could maybe bump it up to niche if you're like an electric type gym leader and you really like electric moves, but no, there's so many better things you could do. Just Thunderbolt them. Why are you using Zap Cannon? Zenitsu doesn't use Zap Cannon, he uses Extreme Speed, bro. It doesn't even work for that. Alright. We did it! I think here is our Gen 2 moves tier list. I think this one looks pretty good. If you've got a problem with my picks, well, that's too bad. You should have been at the live channels. Oh, okay. I think this looks pretty good. If you have a problem with my picks, that's too bad. You should have been there at the live. Link to the live stream channel in the description. I hope you enjoyed this premium edit, and I hope to see you in the next tier list coming eventually. I think we might try and do Green Glitches 9 first, but don't quote me on that, okay? I mean, definitely going to watch the VOD? Sure. If you want to, but I mean, the premium should be coming out tomorrow-ish, because I don't think I have anything to do tomorrow, so... Oh, that's not true. I have to take a photo, but we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully this weekend it'll come out. I'll at least be able to start on it, so this week for sure. Move down Dynamic Punch, take off your bias glasses. If I do that, I can't see anything. I literally cannot read my screen from here. My eyesight is really bad. Alright, I think that's everything, right? Does anybody have any last minute changes or things they'd like to say aside from move Dynamic Punch? Dynamic Punch seems a lot better with those wide lenses on your face. This is more than a 10% accuracy boost. Without these, I can't read anything. Put Spite in top tier? No. I'm gonna spite you. No. No. Okay. I didn't expect Crunch to be at the top of staples, but yeah, I guess so. Spite should be in a hopeless. It's not even good install. We don't have a hopeless tier, right? No Constrict Crucible this time. Future Sight is kind of good now? Yeah, that's why it's not in useless. I have to rewatch the Whirlpool joke. It wasn't that exciting. It was literally just like talking about the brands. What's the logic for Octazuka in filler? Oh. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you should just use Surf, but maybe you could put Octazooka in Pokemon Homeless, because when would you not have Surf? I mean, it lowers accuracy. What if you're in doubles and your opponent imprisons? Then Octazooka was better. Alright, I think it looks like we're pretty much out of consensus about this. Alright, so thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you're watching this stream and you're somehow not subscribed to Imported Cheese Fresh, I don't know how you found this video, but please subscribe. I really do mean that, because once we get to 500, we can start making community posts on this channel, so I can actually start announcing that we have live streams on this channel as well. And we really do need to get to 1,000 subs on this for the monetization, which most importantly means we get emojis back, because right now it's just Budget Onyx. So Budget Onyx is in the chat as we end this stream. Thank you so much for watching. There's going to be about 2 minutes of end screen, and then I'm just going to end the stream entirely. So thank you everybody for your contributions. I hope you enjoyed, and please look forward to the premium coming hopefully this weekend. For now, I have to get ready to go to a picnic, which I'm organizing, so I really have to be there. But we will be filming a video there that will be coming out maybe in a month. Get ready for Park Souls, baby. And with that cryptic message, I'll leave you. It's as cryptic as Dark Souls itself. Okay, thanks guys. See you next time.